ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
people barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part
right, it's sure always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oikokai. Today on Heritage, we'll be taking a trip down to Zimbabwe to go see what they have for us in the Mbende dance. Now, this is a special dance that has been done during festive period. Yes. Now, as of 2024, Zimbabwe had a total population of 16.63 million people. So today on Heritage, we'll be seeing all they have for us today and letting you know that all we do on Heritage is getting you closer to your culture and tradition. Don't go nowhere. This dance steps is popular among the people of Zimbabwe, and the dance is a traditional aerobatic and sensual dance of the Ziruru Shona people of eastern Zimbabwe, particularly in the Mumewe and Zumba Maramba Pugwe districts. The dance is characterized by rhythmic drumming and movements that mimic a burrowing mode, and it accepts the pressure of colonialism through its cultural importance and recognition.
on,
Kuno kumazingo oka mulewa wona vari para pamadando Jafara Hotel kiripo muno mampanda wana town yebo harwara babako thank you.
The Mbenden dance is interesting due to its energetic and aerobatic movements, its unique nature, and its cultural significance in Zimbabwe. It represented fertility and sexuality. The dance feature rhythmic movements performed by men and women in unison. The dance is propelled by single master drummer with accompaniments from men playing woodblock, hand clapping and whistling. It has been used to document ancient war tactic and the struggle against colonial rule, as authority wants ban them from being to rebellion and pride given to men.
Okay, a trip down to Zimbabwe was sure worked well. Now you have learned one or two things about Zimbabwean. Now the population, like I did say earlier, at 2024 was 16.63 million people. Now it's all about culture and tradition, getting you closer. That is what we know how to do best. So we'll be seeing you again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. All the way from Zimbabwe, we'll say to have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
I do welcome you to This Morning on ITV right here on the ITV network, where we get to take a look at the trending issues across Nigeria's social and political landscape, making sense of the twists, the turns, and everything that truly matters. I'm Chukufumnanya Digwe, and of course I'm right here in our Benin Network Center. We also have, other anchors in Abuja and Lagos, but right here in Benin, I'm joined with a very seasoned broadcaster, and I have Dr. Sonny Duke Okosu. A wonderful morning to you.
The delight to have you join me on the show this lovely Monday morning. So much talking point as it relates to all the issues that have been at the front burner in recent times as far as the nation is concerned. But was here a whole lot to talk about today.
All right, definitely a whole lot to talk about, even starting from outside the country, talking about the attempted coup in Benin, to even all of the insecurity that has been spanning in Nigeria per time. Welcome back to another segment of TMI right here on the ITV network. And right now we'll be reviewing the newspaper. So we're in the newspaper review segment. And let's see what the front pages are saying. Let's take a look at the front pages of our papers. Our first point of call this morning is This Day newspaper. For a major headline there, you see Presidency says how Tinubu ordered Nigeria's military to fall Benin coup, sent in air ground troops, federal government. It was direct assault on democracy. Move represents a subversion of the will of the people, declares ECOWAS, deploys forces. Fix bad leadership or expect more military takeovers, CD warns regional body. It's concerning Atiku expresses worry. And that story is on page 5. It basically does talk about the recent attempted coup in Benin Republic, which we have tried to throw light on, and which Ikaru Atta did also give his own insights about how the presidency of the day in Nigeria sent air troops to Benin Republic as the coup was actually going on, to quell all of this. So, that story is on page 5, and you can read all about it on This Day newspaper. Also on This Day, you get to see France offers help to defeat terrorism. Ribadu meets U.S. congressmen. 100 children released in Niger. American delegation tours Benue. Visits IDPs. Meets with governors. Others. Deji Olumoye, Emmanuel Sunday, Linus Aleke in Abuja, and all of that are the stories on This Day newspaper. Also on This Day, you get to see ADC to Obi, make up your mind now. Atiku visits Jonathan in Abuja home. That is on the political scene, and you get to see it on page 5 also of This Day newspaper. Well, that is those are some of the stories, on This Day newspaper. Another one, I think it's on the business and entertainment scene at the same time. You get to see Netflix deal to buy Warner Bros. For $72 billion shocks Hollywood unions. Also, that's on page 5 on This Day newspaper. Let's move now to our next paper we'll be taking a look at this morning. Well, the next paper right there is Vanguard. Vanguard headlines: Democracy survives, how Benin rep coup failed. And that's said by federal government, and is seen on page 5 of Vanguard newspaper. It also headlines Benin Interior. Foreign ministers speak. A dozen soldiers arrested. Nigerian Air Force conducts multiple precision airstrikes on fleeing coup plotters. Federal government, ECOWAS, AU condemn attempted takeover. ECOWAS deploys troops in Benin Republic. Also on Vanguard, on page 6 of Vanguard, it's headlined there. Federal government secures release of 100 school children abducted in Niger State. Also on page 9, Serap to INEC. Explain missing 55.9 billion naira voted for 2023 poll materials. List smart card readers, ballot papers, others. Also on Vanguard, on page 6 of Vanguard, you see police storm kidnappers camp in Abuja, rescue 7 victims, arrest suspected killers of retired judge in Delta. And those are some stories on Vanguard. Also on Vanguard, amid blackouts, NEC experts clash as Disco's revenue rises to 1.7 trillion naira. Billing collection efficiency on the rise, and that's said by NERC. Also on that story, experts disagree, say customers are being cheated. Also on Vanguard newspaper, you get to see about the PDP crisis. Wike's camp moves to reorganize state chapters, conduct fresh congresses, convention, and that is on page 8 of the Vanguard newspaper. So those are the stories. You can go ahead and grab a copy to read all about it. Let's move on to our next paper this morning. We'll be taking a look at Vanguard, The Guardian. The Guardian headlines there: relief in Cotonou as NAF joint force repel coup plotters in Benin Republic. Also on the Guardian newspaper, concerns over fiscal governance as 2026 budget misses timeline. Also on the Vanguard, you see CAC to shut illegal POS operators, orders registration by January 1. Well, those are the stories on the Vanguard. You can grab yourself a copy and read all about those stories. Now let's get to see another paper which we'll be looking at this morning. It happens to be Daily Trust. A major headline on Daily Trust says, why coups are unsettling West Africa. Well, that is one story that you get to see on Daily Trust there. That is a story on Daily Trust, and you can read all about it. Also on Daily Trust, airfares rise by 300% in 2 years. That is a business story, but it's also in our aviation sector. It's something that a lot of people have been talking about. The airfares, it's not just over 2 years. I think there's been a skyrocketing in prices of airfares in recent times. Some people blame the insurgency, the insecurity in Nigeria. A lot of people are scared to travel by road. So the demand has been high for airfares, air tickets, even right here, intra-Nigeria, people traveling across states in Nigeria not wanting to go by road just because they are scared for their lives. And also an effect of the Yuletide. You see that during the Yuletide season, a lot of people are traveling so much, so there is a skyrocketing in airfare prices. So, you know, that is one story you get to see on Daily Trust newspaper. Also on Daily Trust, genocide. U.S. lawmakers visit Nigeria on fact-finding mission. They're here now, and that's on page 7 of Daily Trust. Also on Daily Trust, you get to see what you should know about non-interest mortgage in Nigeria. In case you're planning to maybe mortgage a house or something, that's on page 39. Can read all about it. Also on Daily Trust, still on the issue of insecurity, bandits kill 7 in Sokoto communities, and that's on page 7. Also on Daily Trust, decomposed body of Quranic teacher found in Niger. That's on page 7. On page 43, you see Imo Seals Hotel mortuary over alleged organ harvesting, and that's on page 43. Those are the stories on Daily Trust. You can, grab yourself a copy and get to read all about these stories. Now let's get to see our next paper, which we'll be looking at this morning. It's Nature News about our environment. Now let's get to see what it says. On Nature News, one of the major headlines says Pakistan floods claim 1,000 lives, displace 6 million citizens. That's one story on Nature News. Also on Nature News, you get to see another major headline there, and it says EU grants Nigeria 200 million pounds, to expand electricity access to 5 million citizens. Also, Nigeria insists energy transition must follow national realities. Also on Nature News, another headline there says climate change to displace 143 million people in Global South by 2050. That's said by the West Bank. Also on Nature News, Noah Lyles announces first race of 2026 Ice Strong Track. Also, AU pushes for tech-driven food systems at Maiden Digital Agric Confab. On Nature News also, CFI showcases Arab climate journalism, advances regional awareness. On Nature News also, NCDMB's industrial park to manufacture spare parts for oil and gas industries. Those are the major headlines on Nature News. Let's see another of our papers this morning. The next paper we'll be taking a look at is New Telegraph. New Telegraph headlines there: Police Vigilance Group arrests suspected bandits at Edo Hotel. It goes on to say federal government secures release of 100 Niger students. Nigeria, Churchill laugh last, says Adeboye. Nigeria Church will laugh last, says Adeboye, as Benue Archbishop laments churches burnt in multiple attacks, pastors, worshippers killed in the states. Also, Macron, France will intensify counter-terror assistance to Nigeria. It's still on insecurity. NSA U.S. congressional delegation holds security talks in Abuja, and those particular stories are on page 2, 4, and 6 of New Telegraph. Also on New Telegraph there, you get to see Oshun APC pride disqualification, Omishuri, Adegoke, others seek Tinubu's intervention. On page 4, that's a story on page 4 of New Telegraph. Also on New Telegraph, UBA Group dominates 2025 Banker Awards. Also on New Telegraph, we're behind you. Zulum assures troops of Operation Hadinkai in Damboa. Still on the issue of insecurity, politicians fueling division in Nigeria, says Utomi, suggests use of drones to monitor Nigeria's highways. And that's on page 27 of New Telegraph. Other stories on New Telegraph are Labour Party reps to Tinubu, APC prioritize welfare security, not 2027 politics. Atiku El Rufai rev up ADC with party membership as Obi leaves party in the dark. Well, that's on party politics. It's on page 2, 9, 10, and 11 of New Telegraph. We also see Nigeria condemns coup attempt in Benin Republic as authorities dislodge plotters. AU, ECOWAS, censor mutiny, and that's on page 4 and 7 of New Telegraph. Let's move on to our next paper now. Now, the next paper is the Punch newspaper. Macron holds talk as U.S. fact finders arrive. Before we go on to, see the rest of that paper, we do have our guest reviewer standing by, the person of Professor Dan Ekeraifo, who is the HOD Mass Communication Department at the University of Benin. Good morning. It's always a pleasure to have you join us on TMI.
It's a pleasure meeting you this morning.
All right, so you've heard some of the papers, you've heard the major headlines, which I did try to disseminate before you came on. Can you give us some of your insights on these papers?
Thank you very much. I will begin by the story on the bandit that was arrested in an Edo hotel. it speaks volume of the level of intelligence we are beginning to have. You ask yourself, if that young man was not arrested, what will likely happen in Benin City in the next couple of weeks? I would like to commend the security agencies, the intelligence community, who were able to track the young man to that hotel and got him arrested. If you follow the events of Nigeria in the past few days, you realize that everyone is now very conscious. I like to commend what the Northern State governors have done by setting up a security team where each state government or government is expected to contribute at least $1 billion every month to a fund which will help them recruit the right security personnel to address the issue of security. I have said on this platform again and again that even though the state governors are trying to raise paramilitary organizations to tackle insecurity, the way to go is for us to amend the constitution so that we can have state police. If you have state police with community input, some of these issues are issues community can easily manage before they snowball into crisis. The last thing I will talk about is what has happened in Benin Republic. I want to commend ECOWAS for reacting by supporting the government to dislodge those military guys. You realize that because it succeeded in some areas, these individuals who are in military uniform felt they can take over the whole of West Africa. That response from ECOWAS is indeed a very good one. Thank you.
I was saying Tinubu Macron holds talks as U.S. fact finders arrive. That's one major story on The Punch, which I'd like you to also weigh in on. We're having France come into the country to, talk about the security situation and offer their help. We also see U.S. delegation meets NSA, visits Benue, Nigeria, U.S.I. security pact, and bandits release 100 Niger pupils. This particular story on the security crisis in the country is something I want you to weigh in on, Professor Dan. So let's have your insights.
Thank you. I think it was a few days back that he visited Benue, the U.S. Embassy and their security team. It's a follow-up to the issue that was raised some weeks ago, a month ago, over the alleged genocide against Christians taking place in places like Benue, Plateau, and some part of Taraba and Southern Kaduna. Indeed, the U.S. government is not a government that will rush into taking actions that are inimical to the well-being of other citizens. By coming to Nigeria to do a fact-finding visit, it is to put pay to the counter argument from both sides, those alleged genocide, those country genocide. That is the essence of this visit. If they're able to establish places where these destructions have taken place, they'll be in a position to say, indeed, there are cases of genocide in Nigeria. Those who want to label whether it is the intention or no intention, I think their visit to establish the clear facts. That is one dimension of it. I believe the actual visit will send a very strong message to both the Nigerian government and those who are promoting security in Nigeria. If you watch what has happened in Nigeria or what our structure as a state, we are surrounded by the French-speaking colonies. Benin Republic, Cameroon, Niger, Chad, they are all French-speaking. I think this meeting is a strategic one. It will help in providing the right intelligence, both from the French government and the Nigerian government, to counter the rising cases of insecurity in Nigeria. The fear some of us have, either the US visit or the French visit, is the tendency of these countries to promote violence. When they set a country on fire, they end up withdrawing. We have seen what has happened in Libya. We have seen what has happened in Syria. We have seen what has happened in Iraq. These countries are never the same again following the intervention of America. So if Nigeria must get it right, it must be a joint effort aimed at curbing terrorism in the real sense of it, not staging a war. So if government is able to negotiate with these countries, either in the area of equipment supply, military intelligence sharing or training, is a step in the right direction. But anything contrary to this, it will not spell well for us as a people.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dan, for your insights on those issues that have stemmed across almost all the papers we've taken a look at this morning. I'm also grateful to you for your insights. Well, this is still TMI on the ITV network. We're still weighing in on the conversations that have, been the crux of issues in our social and political spaces. We'll take a short break and we'll move on to another leg of our program this morning, which happens to be the discussion segment, where we will talk about, the wave of coups in Africa, the waves of coup in Africa. Do stay tuned.
Thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network, and we hope you've been having a great time with us so far on the show, looking at some of the major stories on some of our national dailies, which apparently encapsulate where we are as a people, where we're coming from, and perhaps where we are going. And it's our responsibility to continue to engage issues to help us have a better understanding so we can move forward as a people. And talking about moving forward, we're moving the program forward right now as we go straight to Canada, where we'll be talking with a former chairman of Ovia Southwest Local Government Council, who has been away from the country for some years, but he's been in touch with all the happenings, or at least some of the happenings back home. I'd like to thank very especially Comrade Morrison Ogunwobo Ovia for joining us on the show this morning. Morrison, good to have you on TMI on the ITV network.
Dr. Sonny Duke Okoson, it's my pleasure to speak with you today and to the viewers in Edo State. Greetings and good morning from Canada.
Thank you very much. Well, how long have you been away? 10 years, 15 years? How long exactly?
April, it will be 8 years.
Wow, how time flies, how time flies.
Yeah.
I remember some time ago, I had you on the program here, you said something about leadership position, that when you are not in leadership, you see things differently. I mean, you see things from a different perspective. But when you are in position of leadership, there's a different feeling and perspective altogether. You literally came on the program, you apologize for some of the things you said when you were not in office, haven't been in office. You saw the differences like 2 worlds apart. Do you still share in those perspectives? And can you relate that with where we are today in the country, where there are challenges left, right, back, center, and it looks like that critical question of leadership remains and continues to haunt us?
Yeah, sorry, Joe. You see, I still stand by that, because the truth of the matter is people who have not been opportune to be at the helms of affairs, they think leadership is an all-comers thing. But not until when they are being given opportunity, they begin to see the challenges that are involved in leadership. And that's why I stand by it. And I'm saying that you must give people the opportunity. When they are unable to prove themselves, that is when you know that this person has failed. Now, when I want to compare the life back home and what's the knowledge I've acquired here, I know that there's a great disparity between what is happening back in Africa and what is happening here in the Western world. The structure here works. It's a structure that is effective, productive, and efficient. In countries like where I'm from, you understand me? Yeah. Office, position, or leadership is attached to the person, to the individual. But here in the Western world, it's a structure. Whether the person is there or not, the structure is a continuous process. But back home, the structure is not there, right? Rather, the thing is tied to the individuals that are in the office. And once they are not doing well, it affects the system.
Okay, my concern here is that you've had 8 years experience of making this comparison, and I also believe that many people who've had the opportunity to be in appointive or elective positions in Nigeria, they've had the opportunity of also being abroad and seeing how things are done. So why is it that when they come back home and they have such opportunity to lead, either to be elected or to be appointed, they act exactly the same way the average Nigerian behaves? They think like that, they talk like that, they act like that. Why is it difficult for them to replicate the things they see abroad back home so the country can change for good?
Okay, you see, sorry, Duke, the truth is so many people who you think lived abroad never got themselves educated or empowered in terms of capacity building for themselves, right? It's my pleasure to say that today I'm a certified Canadian Human Resources Manager, and I graduated from the prestigious Canadian School of Business, Science and Technology here in Toronto. And that, to a large extent, has expanded my level of understanding, my educational capacity, and also gave me the opportunity to partake in contribute to the well-being and development of Canada because I work. And that has exposed my expertise, built my skills, and what have you. But for people who just came for the purpose of, working without, acquiring education or developing themselves, of course, when they get back home, the expertise is not there. And, there's nothing they can actually offer. But for those who have acquired knowledge, if you give them the opportunity, they will do better because they will bring in a more modernized system that will be effective, efficient, and of course contribute to the development of whatever environment that they find themselves or position that they find themselves. In addition,
how do you justify that statement when you look at the state of the nation as we speak? There is economic challenge or challenges, social challenges, insecurity challenges, and those that you see at the helm of affairs, these are people who have done that, they've been there, they've had several degrees, they've gone abroad, stayed abroad, lived abroad, school abroad, but the story remains the same. So I'm trying to fathom the justification of the last statement that you made when you look at the state of affairs today in the country with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the saddle.
Okay, Sonny Duke, I'll say this quickly. You see, the truth of the matter is, you find that even those who are not functioning well, who are indisciplined, who have certain moral question, when they come to the Western world, they key into the system. You know why they key into the system? The system is functional, and it's not a place where you come and you mess up. Once you commit any offense that is against the books, you face the consequence. And as a result, everybody is standing tall to ensure that they do the right thing. For instance, I'll take simple examples. When you beat the traffic light, nobody will pursue you to ask you any question. There are automatic cameras that will take your license plate. And every license plate is well documented. Your data, your address, your phone number, everything. 2 days later, when you check your phone, your mailbox, you'll see your ticket and you go and pay. I just give you a simple example. Now, apart from that, for a country to be well organized, for a country to be productive, there are 3 things: citizenship, leadership, and good governance. Now, you see, here in the Western world, I want to talk about where I know. I live in Canada. I'm a Canadian by the special grace. Now, you see, here in Canada, every individual is loyal, dedicated, and committed to the sovereignty of the Canadian government. You understand me?
Because, just a moment, Morrison. Yes. That's because the Canadian government is also fulfilling its obligation or her obligation to the citizens: security, economy, good governance, accountability. When we have that social contract established, I mean, the loyalty will just naturally flow. Don't you think so?
Yes. Let me say something. You know when Canada started some 150 years back, right? And do you know how they build the structure? They build the structure and system with committed people, dedicated people. From the primary school, the pupils are being taught to be loyal, disciplined, and they teach them moral standard. In the case of where we're from, Africa, people don't show emphasis on building young people, impacting moral standard into them. Look, do you know that sometimes if a father does something that is not right, the child will just sneak into another room, call 911. And you'll be surprised, how did this information come around? How did they get to know this? Because the kids are taught, right, to say whatever thing they see. And when they are being harassed, they are taught to report their parents. But in the case of Africa, because this is not peculiar to Nigeria alone, it's peculiar to developing countries across the world. There is no moral standard. Everybody.
Let me just bring you up to speed with some of the. You've been following trends in the country since the present administration came on board. Those who are perhaps party members would easily say, Mr. President has done well in terms of how far he's led the country. But as someone who is outside, monitoring the situation in the country, what's your assessment of the present administration, and what are your thoughts in the build-up to 2027 against the background, some of the undercurrents that we are seeing in the political alignment and realignment, defections and counter-defections, courts, orders and counter-orders, and what have you?
Well, first and foremost, the Nigerian economy started depleting since 1985. And those who have been opportune to be at the helms of affairs never took it serious to see how they can help to check the process. Every administration just came, did their own part, and they let it slide. Not until when you get to this stage that it's in a very bastardized situation. But however, the present administration, I think, in my own opinion, that they are trying their best to see how they will stabilize the system. Every Nigerian has a role to play in boosting the economy, because a country where nearly 78% of everyone is only interested in himself. They don't look at collective benefit. Everybody is interested in what he or she wants to benefit from the system. Nobody thinks about how do I contribute my quota to the development of the system. That is the major challenge. And apart from that, insecurity. I want to say something. It's so unfortunate, very unfortunate that we have found ourselves in this situation. You understand me? I was born and bred in the North, like you know, and I speak Hausa fluently. Like I was telling just some few minutes ago, you know, they had the Northern Northern Nigeria end of year party, and I was there, and I was talking to some of, you know, the Northern guys who are schooling here and who live there. I was telling them, the North that I know, the North that I was born, it's unfortunate that it is not what it is today. They have used religion, they've used politics, and they've used selfishness to mess up the whole system. And today, the thing has also moved, you know, to the southern part. Everywhere is not secured. From the information that we are getting, I'm not in Nigeria, I've not been to Nigeria for almost 8 years now, but from the feelers and what we see on the social media and what we listen to in the news, I was told that everywhere is in a very insecure, and which is so unfortunate. But I'm saying that the government is trying its best to see how they can put this in place. But Nigerians themselves must be willing to support the government to make this thing work. I give another example. In my neighborhood, I live in the center of Toronto, right? Where I live in Toronto, right? Once you step into various community, you see what they call neighborhood watch. Now, it's not as if it's a security system that is there, but the people who live within that community ensure that they report anything that they see. As soon as you notice somebody who you try to you suspect his movement, immediately you alert the 911, and they will come around politely to ask questions, to know why you are here and things like that. So, but you see, the problem we have in Nigeria is people hoard information. Your next door neighbor may be dubious, involve himself in various things because it's your neighbor, and because you are scared, you will not want to let the security operatives to know that. You see, when we help to safeguard our environment ourselves by passing out information and what have you, it will go ahead. But unfortunately too, you know that Nigeria itself, sometimes when you even inform the security agency, they are the ones that will later go and tell that person that, look, this is the person that, passed this information. So it boils down to moral standing. Nigerians, honestly, I must say this, they lack discipline. They are not willing to be dedicated and committed to the growth and well-being of the country as a whole. The leaders
would you recommend, because there's an ongoing conversation now in the country about the establishment of state police. Mr. President has given his consent to it, has expressed his support towards creation of state police. Governors are also retarding with that, but there are some questions about its workability. Maybe part of the concerns is what you just talked about, that level of lack of sincerity on the part of those who probably will find themselves in such a situation. But would you subscribe to outright creation of state police in the country to tackle these security challenges, because security is local?
Yeah, the truth of the matter is, even in developed democracy, in developed economy, what we have is, the state police it's a functional system that helps to curb, security situations, right? Now, in Nigeria, my only fears is politics should not come in, where those who will be in charge of a state will not use the state police, to hack on their opponent or the opposing party, the opposition party. You understand it? But apart from that, I think the state police is a welcome idea. Rather, it should be a welcome idea, because the people themselves will be part of those, safeguarding their environment. I think it's potent, it is workable, it is doable. And of course, I think if commitment and dedication is shown, it is something that will be very effective and will help, to reduce the rate of insecurity in our communities. I think that's my take. I support it.
All right, let's quickly just conclude by looking at some of the undercurrents in the build-up to the 2027 general election. The concern is that politics seems to have taken center stage and governance now at the backstage. What are your concerns and what will be your advice?
Well, in developing democracy like ours, some of these tilting problems will definitely come in. And because of the desperation of people, to catch into, the system or want to be part of the system, everybody will want to do what we call initial gragra, to show their, how do I put it? They just want to be part of the process, and, they want to be involved in the build-up. This build-up that you are seeing, it's the same Nigerians who are politicians that are heating up the polity, right? But I think that if the system is functional, whether the build-up is on or not, governance should be something that should be functional, in the sense that it should be ongoing, and the people should be feeling the impact of the leadership. Good leadership brings good governance. You understand me? And once a leadership is upright, a leadership is focused, and a leadership has already set out programs and policies that will, empower, its citizens, I expect that because the structure or the system is already put in place, every person's that is saddled with the responsibility to deliver the objective goal, the vision of that administration should keep doing their job while the politicians do what they need to do in terms of gathering support for their party, enlightening people, mobilizing people for their party. Those are elements of democracy that you cannot shy away from. But what matters is those are the helms of affairs. They must first and foremost meet the main objective of their being elected into office and ensure that the dividends of democracy is given to the people. Because I live here and I know how this system works now, and I can tell you that yes, there's a sharp disparity between developing democracy and developed democracy. But even at that, all these political schemings and what have you, it also takes place here. You understand what I'm saying? But because it's more of a private-driven economy, people don't really get to see it, in a sharp perspective. But once you live here, you'll see that it's almost the same. But it is done in a more civilized, more developed, and more accommodating manner than what is, obtainable in the developing democracy.
All right, Comrade Morrison Ogunwumbo, thank you so much for joining us on the program TMI. We hope to have you on some other time. Thank you for your time.
Sonny Duke, I want to thank you so much for all the wonderful things that you guys are doing. I want to wish the Edo State people the very best. And I want to let them know that leadership is a collective responsibility. Do not criticize when you've not had the opportunity to go there. You understand me? Be more positive in your thinking and contribute to your immediate environment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's TMI on the ITV network. Our first guest on the show today, Comrade Morrison Ogunwumbo Ovia, based in Canada. Used to be former chairman of Ovia Southwest Local Government Council. Next is another guest who is UK and UN ambassador on modern day slavery and of course exploitation and all of those social vices. He's got so much experience. He's also a son of the soil who has been away from the country for several years. Sosa Hekoma is his name, but there's something very, very interesting about that name. But all of that we'll get to find out in the course of the show. But we just want to establish the challenges that people go through, especially when they are exploited ignorantly. Some have survived, but many have died. This is one of such survivors. We'll be talking with him in just a moment on the show. Don't go away. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. We're broadcasting live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. It's such a delight to have a very splendid guest with us in the studio. I like to call him Big Sosa Hekoma. He's a lived experience ambassador based in the United Kingdom, recognized for his frontline work supporting victims of exploitation and modern slavery. He works closely with UK Police Service, advises government agencies, mentors vulnerable young people through his charity work. Sosa also represents the UK on international platforms, including the United Nations. This is Sosa here, not me. This is Sosa here, right? Of course, for better protection systems for victims and survivors. His story is one of resilience, transformation, and a deep commitment to creating safer future for vulnerable communities. Sosa has done several work, lived experiences, ambassador based in the United Kingdom, recognized for his front. Now, Sosa, it's good to have you on the program. Let's begin from the very beginning. Is Sosa a Nigerian? If he's a Nigerian, is he from the north, from the east, from the south? From where is Sosa from?
I would say, obviously, Sosa is basically Shu, and there's a name where, for me, when I came into the UK, it was like trying to fit in. So my actual name is Isosa.
Isosa. So you remove the I, just go with Sosa. Interesting. Isosa who?
Isosa Hekoma. So you see, obviously, if my grandma was here right now, my grandma would be saying, his name is not Sosa. His name is Isis.
I expected that. That certainly would be how she would feel because she knows the name she gave you. That certainly wasn't the name she gave you. But for you to fit in, you had to adapt something else.
Yes.
Okay, what was the journey like for you going abroad? Did you went through Libya route, or how did you?
So for me, I actually went through the plane. So obviously, my dad was originally moved over there. And he had a status over there, and because he had a status over there, he asked basically for me and my stepmom at the time to be reunited with him in the UK. So we got on the plane and was allowed to come, just obviously come with a five-year visa.
Okay.
So I was meant to be there for 5 years, and then obviously it will be then obviously extended and everything else.
Okay, so what changed in terms of how life became? I mean, you had a huge ambition in terms of when you get to the UK, how life was going to be for you.
Yeah.
So what changed all of that?
I would say when I got into the UK, obviously my stepmom became more physically and also mentally abusive, and I'll say obviously. Probably a lot of people definitely know this, especially in Nigeria, when it comes to stepmoms.
Yeah.
And it could be very, very difficult where you're trying to, obviously, I would say I wanted a new mum, and for her, she was very much not willing to have a child from a previous, obviously, relationship.
Yeah.
And she wasn't happy about that. So a lot of times it was more of a factor of like, your dad doesn't love you, all of these type of things. Then when that didn't work, then she just started beating me for no reason and everything else. But then after a while, I ran away from home because I was told that was the best thing to do at that time, obviously by other kids that was around that time. So running away from home led to me being put into the social care service over there, which is like it's for kids.
Okay. Just to be able to take care of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did that help you to be who you wanted to be? What not changed? Because now you're more or less like an ambassador for the UK on issues that relate to exploitation, modern day slavery, trafficking, drug abuse, and all of those stuff.
Yeah.
So how did you get into all of that?
I would say from the age of obviously being put into care, I was then obviously introduced into the gang culture through a family member, so like a foster care. So the people that was meant to be caring for me, one of their family members was actively involved in gangs.
Gangsterism.
Yeah. So because he was involved with gangs, it was very much a thing where he introduced me into that culture from a very, very young age. But I was actually proper taken into it later on, not by him, but by his friends and everything else, where at the age of 11, I was given a gun for the first time.
So what did you do with the gun?
At that time, I was told that the gun was there for safety. It was there to protect me, and obviously if now anyone at that time wanted to harm me, then obviously I had to use a firearm. So I was taught how to use a firearm, how to take apart a firearm, and how to put it back together. And then after that, I was introduced to what we call the drug trade, where I was taught how to turn cocaine into crack, and also how to weigh up the drugs so it's ready to be distributed.
So you were neck deep in all of this?
Yeah.
How did this affect you?
I would say mentally, it was a thing where I started smoking a lot of weed to try to survive and obviously to block out a lot of things that were going on. And physically, I got stabbed more than 11 times, shot twice, iron in my stomach, died before the age of 12 and resuscitated back to life. So literally, I'll say physically and also mentally, it affected me deeply. And I was probably exploited for 11 years. So from the age of 11 all the way to the age of 22, where a solicitor, because I was facing deportation, said they were going to deport me back to Nigeria. And a solicitor was the first person to actually sit down and thought, there's something wrong here. Tell me your story. After telling her my story, she then told me that I've been groomed into exploitation. Never really knew what exploitation
was.
Because it was normalized, especially in the UK, selling drugs at a young age and everything else, so young people getting involved into criminality is normal. And because it's normal, it's just very much a fact of kids are being bad, kids are being naughty. That's what they called it. But obviously, when I was told it was exploitation, it took me a while to understand it. But after dealing with my deportation and not obviously getting that removed and getting my status in a country, it was a fact where I believed that if I wanted to make a change, then I have to become that change. And in becoming that change, I was then able to, I would say, start delivering training to the police and everything else. And especially because of the name that I had growing up, it was a fact of if anyone was going to make a change, it has to be someone like me to make that change. Because if now, like the difference in names, when I was younger, I was labeled a devil. Now I'm labeled as someone which is classed as hope, that gives other young people's hope, give the next generation a chance, because that's what I fight for.
Interesting. Where were your parents in all of this? Your stepmom, your dad, where were they, all of this?
So,
you really haven't mentioned so much about your dad in all of this.
So my father at that time, so when obviously I was put into care, I was removed from my family, and obviously being removed from my family meant that my stepmom obviously faced criminal charges for obviously abuse. And at that time, my father, as a husband, tried to protect his wife, and that led to obviously me being left obviously aside. So his wife got protected, and I got left in the UK.
Interesting. If you just join us, it's still TMI on the ITV network. We're talking with Isosa, who of course is a UK UN ambassador against modern day slavery, exploitation, especially child exploitation, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and all of that. He's been sharing his very interesting story with us. The dream of being abroad, which he had, literally turned sour because all the dreams and the aspirations never really materialized the way he planned it. He got involved in gangs or gangsterism, got stabbed 11 times, shot 2 times or so, and according to him, he literally died and came back to life. And that's quite, you know, painful to see that a young man who has so much potential just got himself into that. But there's been a turnaround for your life. Yeah, you want to share with us that journey? How did it happen, and how did you get into all of these ambassadorial and the consultancy, you know, services you're rendering for the UN, for the UK, and then how does it feel like coming back home after 20 years?
I would say for me at first it was a fact of, obviously due to the immigration situation, I couldn't leave the country for probably, after coming out of prison in 2020, I couldn't leave the country for the last 3 to 4 years because I had to deal with my status in the country. And I would say I was introduced to an organization called the Human Trafficking Foundation, which specializes in helping survivors of modern day slavery. And when I was introduced to this organization, they started doing a training, which was train the trainer, teaching me how to become a public speaker. So learn how to become a public speaker. After learning how to become a public speaker, I delivered training to a couple of professionals. Then I realized this was something that I actually enjoyed doing. It was a talent that I had. So obviously for me, it was a fact where it's like, I felt like if now I wanted to lead a change, I have to be involved with the sector. So I carried on delivering training, and that led to me obviously being ambassadors for other organizations. And then obviously, I'll say early on the start of this year, that's when I'll say I've been a lived experience consultant for 3 years now. So early on the start of this year, I was given a contract with Burberry, which is a clothing, like a luxury clothing brand. I done that. Then on top of that, I was also invited by I'll say like a organization body part of the United Nations called the OSCE to come speak at Vienna at one of the conferences. And since then, I spoke at Vienna, spoke at Poland. I go to the Parliament, the House of Parliament in the UK every single year. I've been involved in writing researches, policies, and making changes. And obviously when it comes to working with young people, I've done residential trips for young people, so that's taking young people away from the area they're from to give them a different type of environment, educating them on what to look out for, how to protect themselves and just stay safe in these environments that they're living in. And I'll say so much more. And for me, it's basically actively giving, I'll say, the next generation a chance that I never had. And for me, as soon as I was given my status, especially, I wanted to come time ago to come see my grandma, because obviously, you know, my granddad had 2 wives. My granddad had 2 wives. Obviously, my grandma has passed away, but my step-grandma, which is my grandma anyway, to me, I love her the same way, is still alive. But for me, I wanted to see obviously my mum's mum before she passed away, and I kept on trying, but I couldn't. And as soon as I was given my status in this country, my only grandma, which is my step-grandma now, and that's the only grandma I have, and my family are the only family I have in this world. So for me, I wanted to reconnect with my family, and I wanted to also understand, I'll say, the journey of my mum, because for me, I understand my journey, but then to find out that my mum tried to obviously make her own way to Europe herself, and there's a small chance that she might have ended up in exploitation and everything else. It's for me, I wanted to understand why my people make these journeys, why they take these risks and everything else. So it was very important for me to come back here and reconnect to my root, understand where I'm from, and I feel like that will also make me a better person, a better public speaker. It also helped me stand on what I believe in a lot more stronger. So for me, it's like the only way for me to feel Nigerian, because at the end of the day, I was born and raised here till the age of 7, is to come back home and reconnect with Nigeria.
Okay. Specifically, do you have projects or programs you are doing to help young people to have a different perspective towards life, particularly as it relates to this desperation to go abroad? I mean, in your own case, it's a bit different. What we're very much used to back home, people out of desperation go through Sahara Desert and all kinds of channels to get to Europe and America, and then of course they get themselves involved in all kind of things. But you were a little bit more privileged to fly a plane abroad, but unfortunately somehow the family structure that you were in didn't allow you to blossom and flourish to become what you wanted to be. Maybe this is destiny at work, and that's why this came this way.
100%.
So what's your advice to our young people who are into some of these things you talked about?
I would definitely say, for me, obviously I've been back for like a week now, and being back for a week now, also understanding Nigeria a bit more. It's like there needs to be a bit more opportunities for these young people to be able to grow. And there's not enough opportunity in Nigeria, so a lot of times most young people try to find opportunities elsewhere, and they will take that. If now it's like basically someone struggling and trying to survive every single day, then someone comes with a golden ticket. 100% you're going to take that.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't matter how risky that golden ticket is, you're going to still take that. So it's creating that opportunity. And also, I'll say even the economy, rising it up a bit more. For me right now, coming home is like, I want to now come back and invest in my home. And I feel like even most of the people that are in Europe, in all these different countries, we need to invest back home. We need to make sure our economy grows. Like it took a couple people to make Dubai. Look at what we can do to Nigeria. Like literally. So it's that for me, it's actually starting small and hopefully able to make change. I went to the Fela Kuti shrine while I've been here.
In Lagos.
In Lagos. And in going there and seeing just how Fela Kuti's mom, like the activism, what they were able to do and that, and the changes they were able to make. Those are just the one family. So imagine if now I'm able to actually bring the changes and everything else that I'm trying to do over there, and also target home too, and be able to make that changes at home. That's something that I would say when I first got here, it was very much focused on trying to understand why my people travel. Now, being here is very much a fact where I want to now see what I can do to help my people.
Okay, thank you very much, Isosai Koma, for your time with us on the show. I know we're going to have more of you in the days to come to share your experience with. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's the TMI on the ITV network, and we've been talking with Isosai Hekoma. I like to call him Big Sosa Hekoma, of course, UK UN ambassador on issues that has to do with child exploitation, drug trafficking, illegal migration, modern day slavery, based on his experiences. But he's back home after 20 years to contribute his quota to the development of Benin City, Edo State, and by extension, Nigeria. We've got Iharo on standby in Abuja Network Studio. Iharo, I'm sure you've been following our conversation here. Quite an interesting story. And when you have a dysfunctional family, this can happen. And I think parents, especially fathers, should learn to protect their children more. But in most cases, when a man is in love, he can do anything for a woman, sometimes even sacrificing his own child. And that's what we just played out. Do you want to take it off from here?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sonny Duke Okoso. Sometimes, not just within the family context, even the society also speaks to that. When societal values appear badly eroded, yes, sometimes it starts from the family, but sometimes society as a whole needs to define and redefine itself within the context of where moral stand. You know, Sonny Duke, some of us who were in Edo State in the 80s, where we got some guys actually going abroad, then we used to call it, they call it, I think, Akata. Yeah, Akata was the name. Later on we got Jandor, now we're heading Jakba, all of those names. You know, sometimes when those guys started going through, sometimes we saw people selling their parents' houses, and I know of a friend of mine who was going abroad and told me, say, Ata, if I reach US, I go wound Bini. I go wound. If I come back, I go to wound Bini. His man was not to make money, but to come and wound Bini. So if I reach main gate, he said, we're in SS3. Then he said, I go wound main gate. His mindset was already to come to Benin, get a nice car, and drive around to main gate, go to Ring Road, and quote now panic people. And I saw one of that small one recently who told me, I want travel. I said, why? He said, they don't to take Timberland match me for this Benin. I want match men. You know, it's a mindset thing. And when society changes that, then we know that we are good. Thank you very much. And I thank him for speaking out and getting persons who would likely make the mistake of the prodigal son to understand that we got one who is already back home now, enjoying with the parents, who is now an ambassador that can speak against drugs, speak against some behavior that can damage the future, and one who believes that we can attain all and young people must be guided. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sonny Duke. Thank you very much. Now, let's quickly run over now, if you permit me. Let's run over now and look at issue of coup d'etat in the African continent. Just last week, when former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan returned from what transpired in Guinea-Bissau, he said the president there was losing the election. So he planned what some persons call a black market coup by allowing the military to take over, because he knows he cannot win. So he brought the military in to take over, and he planned a black market coup so that the result will not be announced. But within the Sahel, we've seen several coups d'etat. Burkina Faso and several others already governed by the military. And just yesterday we saw some guys rising up against President Patrice Talon. And when they rose up against Talon, they took over the state broadcasting facility and made some announcement here and there. And according to what President Bola Tinubu said through his media aide, Bayo Onanuga, a note verbal was issued to the Foreign Affairs Ministry here, and Nigerian government acted swiftly, took over the airspace. Beautiful one. The America of Africa took over the airspace and also got some ground troops deployed, support the Benara troop, and quell the coup. And today, Patrice Talon is president. And this week, he will likely be in the villa to thank President Tinubu, thank Nigeria, and all of that we have been able to defend democracy. We're going to see him this week in Nigeria to thank Nigeria for deploying taking over the airspace, deploying and quelling the coup d'etat. But now let's quickly discuss with our guest, who will be explaining all of this, looking at democracy, looking at military coup. Why is it not common? Why is it not becoming something fascinating for persons in the African continent, particularly the West African sub-region, to see military come take over and dominate? Our guest this morning is Obajide Olugbo. He would be a barrister. Will be explaining that's the shine, Barrister Obajide Olugbo, and we will be looking at that. A very wonderful morning. Can I call you Barrister Jide now, so that we leave the Oba out of it?
Barrister Jide is fine.
It's fine, so that we leave the Oba out of it, and we'll run with Barrister Jide. Okay, now, Barrister, let's quickly start with first. I will open that to you, give you enough time. Why is it we are saying coup? Because the first time we saw coup was after the collapse of colonialism, imperialism in the African continent, when the first nationalists came on board and we are already governed, we started to see military guys going in coup. The one that happened in Ghana that ousted Osejefo Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. We saw the one that happened in Nigeria that ousted Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tafawa Balewa, Abubakar, and several others here. We saw the one that toppled Patrice Emery Lumumba, and we saw several other coup d'etat around the 60s, and many persons feel that was when Africa snowballed back into the dark era. But in recent years, we're seeing coup d'etats coming up, most of them commended, and we saw the one we had last 2 weeks, early last week, that the former President Goodluck talked about, the one that some persons call a black market coup d'etat, where a civilian was losing the election, he got the military to come in and take over power. And yesterday we saw why all of this military insurrection.
That's a real, in fact, it's not a jump question. It is RSA.
Okay.
That is RSA. But, first thing first.
Okay.
The continent itself has a fundamental issue. And that fundamental issue, I'm sure social scientists, but as a lawyer, I am the learned. Every other person, they are educated. So what I say is right.
Okay. At the court pleases.
God pleases.
At the court, let's sound like the lawyer at the court pleases.
At the court pleases, yes.
Okay.
So when you look at it, the African continent, ab initio, does not have what it will take to become a developed nation.
We don't have what it will take, or we are not working in that. You sound. I'm coming. Let me sound like someone before you in the bench. I'm Milord. Are you saying we don't have what it takes, or we are not doing what it takes?
We don't have what it takes to become America, to become London.
Are they made by a different God?
Well, maybe when I do this explanation, you will.
Okay, go ahead.
Every society, because our problem is congenital. That's the point I'm trying to drive at.
Go ahead.
And that problem, as we continue to defy all the academic theories that professors are propounding. They are holding conferences up and down and writing all the books. If they don't come to this and address this and identify this, well, then we cannot start. Everything we do will be another cycle. Will come back to it. So it will either be a good government that is elected will turn bad. Some will turn the middle. There's some people who go and connive with international organizations and international bodies or another president to come and take over the country for them because we don't have something. And what is it? Every society evolved. Every society evolved. Start starting with communalism. Communal. You day, I day. Just like, imagine 3 of us now just land in mass.
Okay.
No population. So we have to stay together. Okay?
Yeah.
So we're afraid what will be out there. We are communal. After a while, when we got used to the environment, okay, we start demarcating and delineating. Okay, you stay there, you stay here, but we still stay close to each other. So that if there's any emergency, we can report. Then you have children, I have children, they will begin to expand. But that communalism was there. Then we move on to feudalism when, and I told you, we start going into all of those places where, okay, you space up. So, Oba of Benin now have children. One now go down this side, now form a community there. That one now form community there. That one now form community there. Feudal. That's where we begin to talk about boundaries. One boundary here, one boundary there, or your Jesha boundary, Ondo boundary. Feudalism. Unfortunately for Africa, that was the last development that we, of ourselves, evolved into. We were so feudal, we plateaued on feudal, marry many wives, get many farms, do more cropping, harvesting, and all. Other societies moved on to communism, where at some point people gathered and said, listen, when I go this side, who takes care of the concept of state? That is where you're God. At feudalism, there's no state. At communalism, there's no state. The concept of state or God, when people started thinking about communism, let us stay together and let some people manage the affairs of everything, so that how this water in this part, how the water in Lokoja will serve the people in Abuja, some people should begin to think about it. Why we go about our business? All right? Then communism went on, and some people said, listen, these guys that you put here, they are just enjoying alone now. No, let us make this thing is not even enough. Oh, some other choices came up. Some people went to socialism. Some people abandoned socialism, went to communism.
Okay.
Some people left communism to go to socialism. They were trying out what works.
Okay.
On the society, the world got to that point where, all right, now, economy becomes the order of the day. The most important thing now is economy. The bourgeoisie, the lords, all of them now, they want a freedom. All this one subjected to state and all the kind of thing. The likes of Trump in America. Got to that, the like of Jeff Bezos, the like of Elon Musk. In that era, that decided, listen, this is not going to work. They created capitalism. Whereby now, listen, as much money as I can get. You can tax me, fine. But that it is the state that will own everything. No, it cannot work. We want to go into business. Then they start going to industrialization. People started funding. People like Thomas Bells, all of them started coming out. Thomas Edison and all these other big guys started coming out. Reason now the order of the day. Unfortunately for Africa, you and I, we all went to school. Nation one communist state in Africa. None. Nation one socialist state in Africa. None. But Africa was invaded by the people who have gotten through communism, socialism, and enter capitalism, and they handed us capitalism. Without communism, without social, what do I call it now? Without the other one, okay, I can't work. Those two things are the things that make citizenship and the concept of state an integral part of the people and their society. Those are the reasons why when there is a law, nobody's above the law. Because it is the state that is bigger than every other person. They've gone through it over the years. That is why nobody can just deal with government with tar road. Somebody will just come and go and use veto power. And he will carry digger. And he will dig across the road, destroying the structure and the tensile strength of the road that has been compacted over the years. That is where pothole will occur. Nobody will try that in Germany. You won't try it in London. Policeman will resign, and many other things will happen if its integrity is questioned, because there is a bigger concept called state. Now, when you come to Africa, as I told you, what we need to become, we don't have a people, everybody for himself, God for us all. And it suits us. Don't think that the coup attempt in Nigeria at work. People who have entered the street and danced now. Did you not see Nigerians in UK when Nigeria went to play football and they were singing an anthem that government has said they should not sing again in a foreign land? We lack citizenship, sir.
Ambassador Jide, now I thank you for that long historical and theoretical explanation of how we metamorphose wrongly to where we are. Now, in the face of all of this, I want to take you on two things here. When we had the 1960s coup, very strange scenario, we chased out the imperialists, both those who have coming from the UK, both those who have coming from France, both those who have coming from Portugal. We have chased them away and we've liberated Africa, and it was time for us to celebrate democracy, many countries metamorphosing into republics and all of that. We saw the military boys flushing out the entire civil structures almost across the continent. Now, what is happening now? Is it a sign that democracy is failing or African leaders are failing? What is informing this one we are experiencing in this last 5-6 years?
I will answer that.
Okay.
When the imperialists you're talking about came,
yeah,
with their capitalism orientation,
yeah,
they killed three things.
Okay.
First, our appetite.
For what?
And for everything. And they tied it to their apron string. Palm wine became ordinary drink. Rum, Shina became original. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Ordinary looking mirror for a woman. A mirror the size of a palm was more than gold. Any female who had it in the community then was a big woman, because prior to that time, they look inside pool of water. Then double barrel made Dengon inferior. Who designed Dengon? Is it not our people? At that point, sir, our sense for technology died. Our sense for its self-identity died. Now going forward, I now describe it. I'm not even the one who describe it. We emerged in independence, genome edited, like a GMO seed that has been programmed. I'm saying that to say, because you asked me, this fresh round of food, where is it coming from?
Correct.
It's coming from the fact that intelligence has it that some organization, under the pretense of whatever, some USA, some Western world, had a special training for African military officers across some certain belts, and it turned out that all the countries that you have had up to Burkina Faso, they were countries that those officers went to that training from. So it is purely agenda.
Now, let me come now. Let's start to narrow it a little. What happened yesterday is still an issue of political and security analysis. Yes. What's your take on the swiftness with which Nigeria respond to the note verbal from the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Benin Republic and quickly deploy, took over the airspace, sent some soldiers by foot to the Republic? As a country, we don't do that when we get some report of communities coming under severe attack. But yesterday, we saw Nigeria acting more like a Donald Trump or a Putin or a Netanyahu or a Jinping. By the note verbal came into the Foreign Affairs Ministry from Benin Republic, President Patrice Talon having gone into hiding, and our fighter jets took over the airspace of that small country, and our military advanced, and the coupists ran away. Are we that powerful outside? Or is it the fact of a man who shares yam in the market square while his children are begging to even have seen yam to eat at home with faded palm oil?
Sir, we don't need to pamper that issue.
Go ahead.
We know the fact that at home we have compromises within ourselves. So fighting insurgency within us is a question of interest, personal interest. You know for a fact the extent to which our military has been infiltrated by apologists of the terrorists and banditry, and you know the underdealings, the political mixture. But when it comes to Nigeria, as a Nigerian army, displaying or exhibiting their skills, all those generals that you are seeing there, they are not toys. They are not ordinary men. They've been to war colleges all over the world. It's not that they don't know how to fight, but it is a command in order, and that is the problem.
But how come they got that command yesterday swiftly within 1 hour to quell a coup outside the country, and don't get that command to quell uprising of banditry, Boko Haram, and others within the territorial land space of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
But when you hear that officers are being dismissed because they refuse to carry out order not to attack bandits, then you know that this command has its own version of command.
Okay.
So internally we have our issues.
Correct.
Our issues is that the bulk of our issue when it comes to security is that our society, which is a mixture, a highly heterogeneous society that we are.
Okay.
Where the things that matter is not about the nation. We are not about nation building. Everything I said, talking about how other societies evolved, is about nation building.
Okay.
It's about citizenship. It's about responsible citizenship. It's about you marking your own spot. Whereby, and when you do it, nobody comes to attack you for doing it. If you expose a criminal in the US, you are celebrated. Not one member of your family will come and say, who sent you? On your own. You'll be applauded.
Correct.
100 over 100, you will be appreciated for that. But in Nigeria, you do it, better go and hide somewhere. Everybody will disown you. What's your business? What is your problem? Now only you sabi. So we have a total different orientation to how we relate. The way Nigeria reacted yesterday, that is the old ECOMOG potentiality that we have, which we exhibited in Liberia, which we exhibited in Sierra Leone, which we exhibited in the, what's the name of this country? Principe?
Sao Tome.
Yeah. Well, Obasanjo said, I'm playing now. If I land there, you are not handed over.
Yeah, you're correct. That's Principe and Sao Tome.
Yes. So Nigerian might That is not a joke. But Nigeria within Nigeria, it becomes Hausa Igbo. It becomes Fulani Hausa. It becomes Yoruba Igbo. It becomes Niger Delta versus Northern Delta.
Okay.
So that once it is Nigeria with Nigeria, there is no citizen of Nigeria. We are all nationals.
Okay, Barrister Jide.
Sir.
I got about 2 minutes now to connect to our Lagos Network Center. But quickly, let me ask you, what is the lesson here for political leaders in the sub-region? You are breathing very hard. Is it very heavy?
Who do you want me to talk to?
President Tinubu and his colleagues in the West Africa region, John Mahama, President Tinubu, you can even touch Paul Biya in our neighboring area. Just all of them, if they are to stay before you in a hall and you are to address them at the ECOWAS heads of states and government session, what will you be telling them now?
What they should know now is that the citizens are wiser, especially in Nigeria. For Nigeria, I know about Nigeria. Nigerian citizens, you can't compare them with citizens from Benin Republic at all. We are independent individuals who have learned to be government to ourselves. Then they should. Citizens, the international community is also watching. They need to watch their steps. For once, let us have a Pan-African that is for Africa. I salute what the man in Burkina Faso is doing. I salute his courage. I don't support military, but hey, that's a man that deserves a handshake and a salute all the time. Because he's redefining the narratives. Why are these foreign people interested in us? It's not because they love us. You think it's because they care about us? No, they care about themselves. When are we going to care about ourselves?
Okay, thank you very much. We will leave that question here for President Bola Tinubu, President John Dramani Mahama, President Paul Biya, several other presidents within the African West Africa. Hello?
Yes, sir.
I said, want to leave it there. I thank you very much for being part of the show. And let's hope that Africans will listen and our leaders will listen to.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Olajide Olobo. We thank you, Obajide Olobo. We thank you very much for joining us on this all-important program this morning on incident coup d'etat in the Africa, particularly the West African sub-region. Okay, now we'll take you over to Lagos, where Mr. Lena Nkwa is standing by to actually look at ban on VIP attachment by the police. Is it working? Most of these guys are carrying guns and following the big men. And sometimes some say they're already disguising now. They just go on suit like DSS and their policemen, those who have not been fully removed. But let's see how it goes. Let's know what will be coming in from the Lagos Network Center as they trail the ban on VIP attachment, police attachment to VIP. Very important question. Are we not important? That's the big question. Over to you now in Lagos.
Many thanks for staying with us. We're still on TMI, the continuation on news and current affairs program. I am Marcelina Unko. And this beautiful morning, our guest here that would be helping us analyze today's topic is Bishop James Grant Okocha. He is a political analyst. Hello, Bishop. Good morning.
Good morning, Mercy. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Good to be here once again.
And thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, this morning from Lagos, basically, we are looking at VIP escorts ban and assessing its impact on national security and public safety. We all know that the federal government has begun withdrawing police escort from VIP, sending as the thousands of officers back to the streets to tackle insecurity in Nigeria. For many years, ordinary Nigerians, have faced kidnapping and bandits with little protections, while VIP enjoy full security. And now the big question is, will this move finally improve safety for the people, or is it just another policy with no real impact? Bishop James.
Well, yeah, Mercy, thank you so much. And this is a real issue, and I'm glad to talk about it. You know, for me, this is a right step in the right direction. For me.
Okay.
The Nigerian police, I think approximately we have about 371,800 personnel within the circle, right? And then people that have gone to work with the VIPs could be like, I think about 100,000 plus, like 30%. And these VIPs, they are just like less than 5% of Nigerians. Less than 5% of Nigerians, and you have like 30% of the personnel being attached to them. Now you can see the void, the security void that will create. Because you can see one VIP that would take about 6 officers and all of that. And you know that we have places where we need the presence of these men. We have places we need them. And if you look at this critically, who are the VIPs? Because to me, to an extent, the police right now is standing with people they should stand against. There are fraudsters, because they can afford the police. They will have the police. There are land grabbers. In fact, to an extent, police protection to VIP unchecked has become like an immunity to organized crime. Because you are a city girl, I travel, I go to the village, I run an NGO, I'm on the street, I know what happens. You can see a very poor palm wine tapper who will just be, you know, thrown apart at the presence, at the sighting of a police officer. And you can see one big man that can just grab his land, and then he can't do anything. So to an extent, even from being protection, it has become intimidation. To an extent. So I am commending the president for withdrawing our police personnel. This is the manpower. What he just did right now is to redirect the police manpower, right, to frontline police functionalities, which is making sure that there is no breakdown of order in the society. So the public space is the first place of assignment. If you check the function of the police, you will not see it spelled out, protecting the VIPs. Are you getting it? So for me, this is right, and I just wish that it could be sustained, because most of these VIPs, in quote, let me use certain political personalities, okay, they also create, what are they afraid of? They're afraid of insecurity. What are they afraid of? Certain things that is going on in Nigeria right now, they play the role in creating those monsters. So let all of us be in it.
So let all of us be in it.
Yeah.
You don't think they really need, at this point, you know, I saw some persons are actually worried that how would these VIPs cope? You know, they are used to escorts, going out with escort with this police and all of that. Now that they've withdrew them, you know, from the police from them, how would they cope? Think it will help curb insecurity?
Well, there are two groups in this insecurity thing. A group is doing it because they want to do it. A group is doing it because they are even paid to do it. But there are people that join people that are doing it because they are hungry. So to an extent, it will reduce insecurity. There are people, if you call them out and engage them, I mean, they won't go back. As straight as that. So I know that if there is more employment opportunities, if people are empowered, if people are engaged, if people are working, you will have less people that is into banditry. Even in the far north, you will have less people that is committing crime. You will have less, fraudsters. So it will help crime to go down in Nigeria. It will, because the VIPs will start thinking, how do I make the society a better place? How do I do one or two things that these people will be, impressed? Instead of being, like I said, a kind of, intimidation, because that's the truth. I've seen where a certain VIP ordered his police to beat people up for no reason, scaring people, and all of that. So what I'm saying is, this is very good to our nation. It is very good to the state of this nation right now. It will reduce banditry. It will reduce insecurity. If they know that if there is a pothole somewhere as they're driving, they will slow down, all right? They will slow down, and these armed men are not all around them. They will fix the road. So they will move fast. So directly or indirectly, digest it very well. You will see that I think Mr. President woke up from the right side of, his body.
But do you think these VIPs or the police officers, the police personnel, do you think they would comply? Because some Nigerians doubt the sincerity of the police. Do you think they would actually comply?
Well, don't forget that every police officer is answerable to the IG of police. And the IG is answerable to Mr. President. And Mr. President is answerable to the Constitution.
What about the VIPs? Do you think the VIPs will comply?
The VIPs are answerable to the Constitution.
You just said something earlier that the VIPs, you see some of this person, they might just dress in suits, you think they are DSS, and they're still there. They're not complying. They are just doing it in a way that you would not know that these people, they are still police personnel,
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something?
Okay.
Except Nigeria is not serious about this. Do you know what is power? Every VIP is under the law. Nobody is above the law. Except the government is not serious about this. If Mr. President meant what he said, and the IG of police is committed to it, I hope you know that the IG knows who is on duty part-time, who is not on duty part-time. I hope you know that he has the security information of this country on daily basis, minute to minute, on his hands. Let me tell you, Nigerian DSS, if you are far, you think they don't know what they're doing. Nigerian DSS is one of the best in the world. There's nothing happening here they don't have the intelligence. I'm telling you, those guys are professional. So if the policemen that there is no one serving that should be, attached to anybody except the government says so, it is easy. So what I'm saying, it's not about VIP compliance or the personal compliance. They don't even have an option because everybody is under the law. That's what I'm saying.
So they don't have an option.
They don't have an option.
They would comply.
They don't have an option, except the government want them to comply.
We saw that a special monitoring team was adopted across states to check hotels, events, offices, airports, and major roads for unauthorized police escorts. I think that would also help that whosoever that is not complying would face punishment.
Let me ask you a question. You know, the Nigerian police knows how many guns they have. They know who they assign guns to. It's not porous. It's an organized system. Do you understand me? It's an organized system. If I'm not on duty and I decide to be on mufti to follow a VIP to function, at that juncture, I'm an ordinary citizen.
Because you're not in uniform?
No, not even. I'm not on duty. I'm not on uniform. I'm not on duty. Are you getting it? If a policeman is not on duty, anything he does is illegal assignment. So if you're not on duty and you follow a VIP or something happen, you kill somebody mistakenly or something, they consider you a murderer because government didn't send you. Police people are sent. I can't just wake up as an officer and do whatever I like to do. No, it's assignment. I will come back and give report of how I performed as I went out. So there is no how, there is no escape route, except the government wants it to be porous.
So let's talk about the insecurity that have been happening for a couple of weeks now. We've been seeing cases of kidnappings, banditry, ISWAP here and there happening, insecurity as being a major problem in Nigeria that we've been facing. And you know, the genocide, I don't want to talk about, okay, Christian genocide, but you know, Trump saying it would come to Nigeria to help with Christian genocide and all of that. What would you have to say about insecurity as a whole in Nigeria, you know, with what has been happening and all this escort ban? I mean, the president, of course, a lot of Nigerians, a lot of people, citizens, have been crying to the president that we need help. We need, you know, we need a lasting solution to the problem of insecurity in Nigeria. So, would you, basically, what would you say about the insecurity that have been happening in Nigeria? Do you think insecurity would, let me use the word, disappear one day in Nigeria, and we would like be free, you know, going out, you're not scared that something is going to happen and all of that? What would you have to say?
Well, let's not mix these things up. You see, we have headsmen, killer headsmen, all right? These are people that are having issues with farmers. They are different from kidnappers. These people are cattle rearers. They're having issues with farmers. So it's a different, killer headsmen, that's a different group. Banditry, people kidnapping, is a different group. Some that are agitating, I don't know what deal they said they have, that they have not been compensated enough, I don't know. They are doing their own banditry. Terrorism is different. Let's not mix these things. There are people terrorizing Nigerians on religious basis. So terrorism is different, we're suffering it. Banditry is different, we're suffering it. Herdsmen clash with farmers is a different, you know, ball game, and we're suffering it. Are you getting it? Now, these things need different approaches. You can't do just one thing and handle all of these. First of all, herdsmen farmers clash. The federal government has taken some steps, you know, promoting ranching right now. There's going to be ranching, right? Where you will not be, this nomadic style of cow rearing will no longer be there. So absolutely, that takes care of the killer herdsmen and farmers clash. So with that will go down.
Okay.
Now, terrorism, which is a nightmare. That's what you see. People will be in the church. Someone will just invade there. There's no problem. They will kill people in the church, take the pastor, do whatever they like. That terrorism is a global war. And Trump never talked about the herdsmen clash. He's not even talking about the banditry. He is talking about terrorism, which is a global war. Are you getting it? And Nigeria cannot fight terrorism, because these people doing this are not just Nigerians. There's also an organized system that is funding this.
So the people doing this, they are not just Nigerians.
They are not just Nigerians. There's an external influence. ISWAP is an external influence. You see world terrorist organizations extending into this nation. So you can see that these things are different and they demand different approaches. And I think the military, in fact, General Musa knows this more than any other person. The army, they know. So, and I'm glad that the man that have been appointed right now as the minister for defense, I know he has intelligence, and I know he can handle it.
So you think he's going to do the job well done?
He will do the job, if not sabotaged. If you allow me to advise the president, because I see that there is zeal right now to do something, I will tell the president my thoughts. Every person that was recruited into the army as a repentant Boko Haram, expunge them. Our borders, like General Musa is saying, block our borders, fence our borders, so that Whoever that comes in, we don't have accurate data. Whoever that comes in, will know who comes in, will know who goes out, to avoid external infiltration. But for the people within already, let everybody you see show his family tree. That's where state policing comes in. Everybody you see in the police, let him tell you the village he came from, his local government, his grandfather. Trace him down. Otherwise deport them. You see, even the Fulani is telling you that most of the people doing these things are not them.
So who are they?
You know, some people came in from, Mali, Nigeria, and all of that. That's the truth. Most of the people doing this are not our nomadic Fulanis that are cattle rearers. But a Fulani man thinks Fulani. So wherever a Fulani man is, he thinks Fulani. So a Fulani man in Nigeria thinks Fulani, a Fulani man in Nigeria. Are you getting it? So what I'm saying is, it's possible to have that peace that we do enjoy in Nigeria, but it's not a one-day thing. But as we're taking steps, one by one, I believe in 6 months' time, there will be peace in Nigeria.
I like the fact that you set a duration for it in 6 months' time. You think that all these things will end?
It might not be, but at least everybody will know that everywhere is calm. Like I tell you, this thing didn't start overnight, and it won't end overnight.
I mean, the former president of Nigeria, and President Olusegun Obasanjo, came out to say that the issue of insecurity did not just start now, that even during his time, that the issue of insecurity has been ongoing, that it is not going to stop now. And I mean, some persons were saying that then, we know it didn't start, it starts during your time, right? But then it wasn't as bad as this.
For me, I just think that what made it to get to this extent is just because at a point it seems like these people were taken for granted. It seems like government didn't really know the extent of harm they can do. Are you getting it? So there is no that extra aggression, that is just invested on them. Government didn't know that these people, I'm not making excuses for them, but I have been in this studio many times. I've been shouting about insecurity. When something happened in Benue State, I was here, and I was saying, bring these people to book. We are not seeing them being prosecuted. Show us on TV. Show us when they go to jail. Show us how many years sentence. Let all that see that people that have been arrested, have faced the law.
I mean, the Kebbi girls that were rescued, a lot of Nigerians were saying that, I mean, you guys came out to tell us that we saw the videos of them being rescued. How many persons were apprehended? How many of these bandits, were arrested? Not just coming out to tell us that, okay, we were able to rescue this person, but what about the bandits? Were they apprehended? I mean, a lot of Nigerians were asking questions at that point.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know whether it was IG Michael Kiro, or I don't know the IG that was there, in the police that they had. Is it Ego Eye or something? What they do is, 1 week in the day, they will parade on TV, right? They will show all the criminals, in their custody. The police was doing that. All right? We want to see that. That's what I'm telling you. It's because they were not named, they were not shamed, they were not persecuted. All right? It seems as if you can go just scot-free. You see them carry AK-47, move around the street, and no one is arresting them. That's why these things increased.
So, Bishop James, how do you think the police can restore public trust, especially after years of underperformance and corruption allegations?
Transparency. Transparency. Whatever they tell us in the book, let our eyes see it.
Okay.
Transparency. Not the time where somebody could be accused, is in jail, before you know it, you see him somewhere in his one supermarket buying something. Transparency. Show us what you are doing. Let's follow it up. You saw when Nnamdi Kanu came to court that it was televised. Transparency. Every other criminal you are arresting, Everybody, everyone you're arresting, bring them on air. Let's see what is going on, so that Nigerians can follow it. Don't just tell us and go behind and do something else.
Transparency.
Transparency.
So you believe the police can sustain this street enforcement, especially when influential people begin to push back?
Well, I can also say that those influential people, those VIPs, they have resorted to, having security around them because of insecurity too. Do you understand? If the Nigerian police, if the manpower of the Nigerian police is redirected to frontline security functions, okay, core policing functions, are you getting it? I mean, even the VIP will be will feel secured. If the Nigerian police is having an organized security, outings right now, there will be less fear. So I don't know what the VIPs will be pushing back for. They are afraid because there is fear in the society. But if the police shows up today and show capacity, you think it will be like that? If you deploy military all over, the street of Nigeria, do you think those VIPs will be carrying police around? They will have a sense of security. So let the police give everyone sense of security. You are talking about a VIP. A VIP is a soul. You are a soul, I'm a soul. Human beings are equal. Opportunity make the difference. So what we are talking about here is security of human lives and property, irrespective of who he is. Let the police show us capacity so that we can believe that Nigeria is safe for all of us.
We keep our fingers crossed to see what would happen next.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Bishop James Grant Okocha, for helping us analyze today's topic on VIP escort ban, assessing its impact on national security and public safety. Will it help curb? I mean, different security escort has been, withdrew from VIP, to help curb insecurity in Nigeria, and we hope it works, because we are looking for a lasting solution in Nigeria, and we pray and hope that it works. Once again, thank you so much for helping us analyze this topic.
Mercy.
And thank you for always showing up.
Thank you.
Thank you all Nigerians. Thank you all our viewers for joining Lagos Network Studio this beautiful morning on TMI. We would be handing over to Benin City for the continuation on TMI. I am Marcelina Unkwa. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. Now here's what's making waves across the social media space. We begin with the foiled coup attempt in Benin Republic. Now Benin has foiled a mutinous soldiers' coup attempt at a TV station as Lieutenant Colonel Pascal Tigri led a small group of mutinous who seized the TV station, formed a military committee for reconstruction, and called for national cohesion. Interior Minister of Benin, Alassane Seydou, labeled it a mutiny, while loyalists quickly retook the site, arresting 14 plotters. Now, when you talk about Nigeria's own part in this, Nigeria aided decisively with Air Force jets at Benin's request, helping secure the TV station and a military camp under ECOWAS protocols. President Talon addressed the nation, confirming control and vowing punishment as calm returned. Now let's get to see this small snippet of the broadcast by these coup plotters in Benin Republic, and then we'll take more on this particular story.
Le comité militaire pour la refondation CMR, réuni ce jour dimanche 7 décembre 2025 à Cotonou, a délibéré et décidé ce qu'il suit. Monsieur Patrice Talon est démis de ses fonctions de président de la République. Le lieutenant-colonel Tigud Pascal est nommé président du comité militaire de la refondation pour compter de ce jour. Fait à 2025. Communiqué numéro 2. Le comité militaire pour la refondation CMR, réuni ce jour, dimanche 7 décembre 2025 à Cotonou, a délibéré et décidé ce qu'il suit.
Well, that's the little snippets of the TV broadcast by those military personnel right there in Benin. You know, in an attempt to oust the government of the day headed by Patrice Talon. Now, let's see how the social media space is reacting as regard this failed coup. We'll take the first reaction from the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In his own remarks, he said, "Earlier today, on my orders, the Nigerian Armed Forces stood gallantly as a defender and protector of constitutional order in the Benin Republic. On the invitation of the government, our armed forces acted within the ambit of the ECOWAS at ECOWAS CEDAW Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. They have helped stabilize a neighboring country and have made us proud of their commitment to sustaining our democratic values and ideals since 1999. Nigeria stands firmly with the government and people of the Benin Republic." Well, that is the comment of the President of Nigeria as regard the failed coup. Now let's take a comment from Atiku Abubakar. It says, "I condemn without reservation and in the strongest possible terms the coup d'etat in the Benin Republic. This reckless trend of assaults on constitutional order is utterly unacceptable, not only because of its dangerous proximity, but because the era of military interference in governance is long over in Africa and our sub-region. It is concerning that these coups are happening around election times in the affected countries." Let's see another comment. This next comment will be taken, is saying, "Nigeria military intervened in Benin Republic coup. Wonderful. Nigeria should now have a military base there as the US normally does. Nigeria should take over the country and recolonize them." Well, I believe that this is a sarcastic statement. Let's take the last comment from Daniel Rega on this issue. Daniel Rega, who is a social media enthusiast, says, "Nigeria is sending military aircraft to Benin Republic and busy monitoring the situation due to the coup attempt, whereas our country is seriously bleeding non-stop as a result of the insecurity challenges. Shouldn't our resources be used to fix our own problems first? Just of recent, there are reports of bandits attacking in Sokoto with several persons killed and many taken away, not to mention the many reported attacks across the nation, with no possible solution in sight. But the government is focusing on Benin Republic. It's the height of unseriousness." Well, these are the comments on this particular story from the social media space. Now, very quickly, let's take our next story from the social media space. We'll see actually Atiku Abubakar, ex-vice president and also a presidential candidate from the last elections, come out to go and visit a courtesy visit to GEJ. Let's get to see the reactions that followed this courtesy visit of Atiku Abubakar to the former president Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Now, the comments are saying, if Nigerian politicians devoted as much energy to nation building and fostering harmony among our diverse ethnic groups as they do to election strategies, Nigeria will be greater. Nevertheless, I wholeheartedly wish you a success, Your Excellency AA. Now, let's take the second and last reaction before we move to our last story. This reaction says, the man on the left supported a propaganda that was targeted at the man on the right, and because of that, he lost his second term as president since over 10 years. Today, the man on the left is now trying to be the president, and he desperately needs the support of the man on the right. Somebody shout fire. Well, those are the comments as regards the courtesy visits from Atiku Abubakar to the ex-president Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Now, for our final story, and it stems right here in Edo State. Edo governor blames kidnappings on election plots by political actors. Now, Okpebholo told Ohanaeze Ndigbo leaders in Benin City that recent kidnappings in places like Ute Market and Mechanic Road aim to undermine President Bola Tinubu ahead of elections, much like tactics that hurt Jonathan in 2015. Now, he vowed not to yield to the pressure. Let's get to see this news brief by our very own governor, and then we'll take reactions real quick.
To blackmail. Because what they are doing now is that they will go and kidnap people just because they want to discourage Mr. President. But Mr. President is resolute. We are kidnapping people for somebody who wants to win an election. It's not fair. They did this to Goodluck and they succeeded, but we have known their trick already.
Beyond the politics was a practical conversation on everyday challenges, flooded roads, overstretched markets.
Well, that is the comment of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as pardon of Okpebholo, Governor Okpebholo, as regards the kidnappings that have raided the state of late, and he is blaming these people trying to discredit the government of the day. Now, let's quickly take reactions before we call it a wrap on the program. This reaction says, if you have not personally visited Edo State in the last 6 months, don't be too quick to criticize this man. Well, let's see the next comment. The next comment says, if he can publicly allude to grave allegations, he can publicly clarify them. Nigerians deserve transparency, not encrypted storytelling. Who exactly made Nigeria ungovernable? We're listening. Let's take the final comment. This commenter said, kidnapping didn't start today. It began when you people were in the opposition. Insecurity was weaponized to push Jonathan out of government. Now the same tactics you once used are being used against you. Don't lament. Face fronts. Well, those are the comments as regards the statements of the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, following the spate of kidnappings in Edo State, which he did credit to people trying to put down the government of the day. Well, that's where we call it a wrap on TMI Socials, and of course, TMI as a whole. We thank you so much for being a part of this production. To our viewers, our guests who joined and delivered very, very invaluable insights, we say a very big thank you, and do have yourself a wonderful day ahead.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into the labor market by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan. Hunger is there. In Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. You know? Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine,
yeah.
which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, you know, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then, you know, it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and that is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, you know, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
òde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kì ẹ̀ abá ìsọpá ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú ẹ̀ abá ìsọpá ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, in Mazedion, Overo, obviously, I'm Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you or your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony, with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit, And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence extremism and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace, and so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body. But the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
It's Law and You, the program that brings legal issues to the people and the people to the law. Today, we shine the spotlight on accountability in governance, a cornerstone of democracy that ensures those entrusted with power do not abuse it or abandon their duties. But what happens when public officials fail to perform? Are citizens helpless observers, or does the law empower them to demand change and seek redress? From petitions and, of course, public interest litigations to recall processes and legal sanctions, this edition explores the legal remedies available to citizens when elected or appointed officials fail in their duties. We will be speaking with legal minds and, of course, rights advocates on what the Constitution says and what the court can do and what you as a citizen must know. And don't forget, you stay with us on Law and You as it unfolds the power of the law in the hands of the people. My name is Philip Omawo-Gyukpo. We'll be looking at accountability in governance and, of course, legal remedies, that the citizens can explore. We will also have the opportunity to have the presence of a custodian of the law in the person of Emmanuel Obakolo. Big thanks for always having time to be part of the show.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, let's quickly set the ball rolling. A lot that needs to be done as regards getting it right. We have a system that needs to, work effectively. But first of all, what is accountability in governance? And how does it apply to the citizens demanding this? What importance does it have for citizens to demand this from the government of the day?
Yeah, accountability, as pronounced, is to give records. So accountability in governance is the presentation of records on government's administration to the people and how those records have been properly handled by those in government. That is just accountability. So accountability is to ensure that the people understand and have knowledge on how governance is being carried out on their behalf by those in government.
Okay, but what is the importance? Why should they do that?
Yeah. If you look at governments, from the definition of democracy, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That is what democracy is. And now government is a machinery of governance. So those who are in government, they are managing the wealth of the nation on behalf of the people. And as such, they must give account of how those resources that are made available by the people on the people, so that the people will now understand and have knowledge properly on how governance is carried out. And this government, the governance must be on the benefit of the people. That is all. That is the singular reason why there must be accountability in governance. You don't go into administrative spree or financial spree on how to just spend public fund without being accountable to it.
Okay, do you see a disconnect in between, as in the aspect of the government functionaries, backing on the accountability project to make sure that they give account to the people and render their still worship, and again the aspect of the people, those who are being governed, demanding this? Do you see a disconnect?
Yes, I say a disconnect because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which upholds and observe and also demand practice of the separation of power, which is spelled out of enshrined in section 4, 5, and 6, is all about accountability. And also, if you look at section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, we provide for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation. The essence for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation is to provide for accountability, because he is the one who will audit government accounts, he audit government expenditure, and now know how money or monies that belong public fund has been used, administered, or utilized for the benefit of the people. So there is now a disconnection. Why do I say so? Because even the legislative arm, who ought to carry out oversight function in ensuring that the executive, which is vested with the power to perform executive function, and also the runnings of government on behalf of the people, are doing that as spelled out by the law. Unfortunately, we have a legislature, particularly in this Fourth Republic, that is so lackadaisical and a rubber stamp. So wherein instead of them to carry out their function, they are busy carrying out the lullaby of on your mandate we shall stand. That is not the reason why they are elected. That is not why a legislative function. The legislative function is to ensure that accounts and accountability as rendered by the executive are done on behalf of the people, even to them, properly, so that the people can now be beneficiaries of government expenditures and the runnings of government.
Okay, when you say the legislative arm seems to be failing in that, let's draw a dichotomy, because I understand separations of power, by Montesquieu has brought a situation where the legislative arm, make laws, and of course why the executive implement these laws, and then the judiciary, interpret and settle disputes, between all of this. Are you saying generally that the legislative arm under the system we operate in Nigeria is faulty to a point where any elected official seems to be tilting towards executive?
Yes, and I did say that with specific reference to the current legislative arm of government we have.
Did you say that, or do you say that as regards the officials or the system of practice?
It's not the system, because the Constitution does spell out how...
Stricto sensu, it's a constitutional provision.
And I also told you about section 85 subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, which also provide for the office of the Auditor General.
So it is not a problem of the law?
It's not a problem of the law. The law is there, is the performance of the law now. And the legislative arm also have what we call oversight function, to question how public funds are being used. But here we are. We have a legislative arm of government with specific reference to the National Assembly, who approve all manner of laws. And the same National Assembly does not take time to ask questions on how those laws are used for, the performance, how the executive arm of government, what they be able to administer those laws, and how it has been of benefit to the people of Nigeria. There's no question with reference to that. And that is why you see that it appears that there is no accountability to the people of Nigeria. And that is one of the weak point, pitfalls of this administration that we have just now.
Okay. But what do you see as a causative factor? Because everything seems to be placed on a vote. The ayes have it, or the nay.
With specific reference to public funds, it is more than the question of the aye or the nay have it. It is more than that. And that is why I repeat, I did say that the legislative arm has a duty of oversight function, because the people cannot gather like a Portuguese assembly to begin to ask questions on what their monies are used for. It is their representative, both the Senate and the House of Representatives now at the federal level, and the state houses of assembly at the state level, and the legislative arm of government at the local government level, who carry out this functionality on behalf of the people. And here we are. Their performance is a near it's abysmal. It's a near zero. Abysmal. That is the right word to use. And that is why you see today that even government after government, there is no form of accountability, and there is no how the people could ask questions. However, the Freedom of Information Act has provided another leeway for individuals or group of individuals to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Well, in case you're just coming across this program, it's Law and You, and we are all about accountability in governance and seeing what legal remedies are available for the citizens to, find a way to put a task on the public officials, demanding accountability, of course, stewardship on the public office. And I've been speaking with Emmanuel Ogbakpolo. Well, Emmanuel Ogbakpolo raised some very, very vital issue as regards, finding a lasting solution to this. It was on my mind. You made mention of the fact that the people are giving their powers to the Legislative Assembly, their representatives, for instance. And then you also did not fail to say that even when or if these representatives fail to carry out the functions stricto sensu as they demand or request, then they also have another avenue to, explore, which is the Freedom of Information Act. Now, how can they do that? Can you deploy how this mechanism works?
Yeah. Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Act does make provision for an applicant, is a citizen now, can make application to any government institution to ask questions or to get information from that institution with respect to the day-to-day runnings of government, even where it is strictly financial.
Exactly.
Now, but that act also provides for exemptions. The act provides for exemptions where a citizen may not have the right, or an applicant, stricto sensu, may not have the right to ask for informations. And what are those? What is this exemptions? Exemptions are provided for in section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19 of the Freedom of Information Act. Section 12 specifically provides for defense, that you cannot come and make inquiry or get information with respect to defense. And I think that is commonsensical. That is understood. But where it has to do with accountability on how government is being run, with special reference or specific reference to public fund, that information must be made available to that citizen. And where the act again goes further to say where that is refused, that applicant or that citizen has a remedy. Well, section 25, he cannot make an application to court for court to grant order to get that information.
We'll get there gradually. We'll get there, but let's explore what you just said. you have a way of troubling my mind, and of course, I don't know if you're also doing same ripples to the minds of the viewers. You know, a situation where we look at it where an electoral act is specifically, establishes the provisions as regards any concept or how a thing should be done, in terms of accountability, and then there's still another way in which such a person or citizen cannot explore, in details or directly or, totally from that same, function. It seems to my mind that it's an attempt to kill an initiative ahead of the purpose. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, the law has a golden eye, and the law sees the past, the present, and the future. That is the position of the law. And I think that is the singular reason why the law makes provision for exemptions. Because...
But when you say the law, men work on the laws.
Yes.
Before it becomes a law, or before they become laws, they were once bills. And so men work on it. So what is the guarantee that the men that work on this do not deliberately work on this in order to, protect their patrimony, their personal aggrandizement that they may want to seek from the common good that law or that bill, is seeking for in the law? I don't know if you get me.
Yes, you may not. That may not be. That cannot be removed from that fact.
Because we've had this with the Electoral Act.
It could be to protect.
Where the Electoral Act, some part, anyways, I'm not to speak on it, seems to protect those who are even the political actors.
Yes, when you make reference to electoral acts, you discover that in electoral matters, they are so unique and special to the extent that even the interpretation of the laws in marrying the functionality of the electoral officers and their performance in an election gives a wide protection. What do I mean by that? There are the courts in even interpreting the law with respect to electoral acts may not consider the actors of their functionalities, of their performance, but may consider what is known as public interest or public safety. That again, to some of us, we may question that what do we mean by public safety, where there is an infringement on the rights of the voter or the electorate. Where the right of the voter or the electorate is infringed upon, is violated, do you not say that whatever interpretation you give is for public safety? That is another question begging for answer. That even the courts have not been able to give answer to. But however, we've witnessed a lot of abracadabra, legal abracadabra, but with special reference or specific reference, to my mind, to the last 2023 general elections. We've seen it. Before now, we've seen that the court visit the law strictly on electoral matters. But just now, we've seen how there is protection with respect to that. But again, let's look at the subject matter. I did say that the Freedom of Information Acts provide for exemptions, and those exemptions are specified in sections 11 to section 19 with the removal of section 18 of the Freedom of Information Act, and that you can go to court as a remedy, section 25. Now, you can see that even that law, the Freedom of Information Act rather, also has given the court responsibility to make order with reference to information as applied by an applicant or a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So it's still within the wisdom of the court to so grant or to refuse. Again, we may have the challenge of interpretation in the nearest future.
Thank you very much. But you just raised an issue that needs to be explained in total, because there's this aspect of, getting allocations that the federal government has given to each state, for instance, in their monthly revenues, of course, monthly allocations from the federal government to the states. We've always seen it where it is not properly broken down. We can hardly, have, reports on the monthly, allocations that each state gets from the federal government. All we can get from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee most times are usually the total amount, that is being disbursed from the federal government to the states, but not the specific amount that each state gets month in, month out from the federal government. And that what you have to get it from the Accountant General of the state to have a well-explained copy or copies of how the state gets month in, month out allocations from the federal government. Should it be so?
Yes, it ought not to be so, because we have seen that with specific reference to the way the executive carry out the day-to-day runnings of administration in this country, it has shown that there is no transparency. In a climate where there is transparency, there ought to be a breakdown. Even the Constitution makes it clear for there to be a breakdown of how public funds are distributed or shared amongst the federal government and the 36 states of the federation. But here we are, some executive maneuverings are being carried out so that the people of Nigeria will not know that. And now, if the people of Nigeria do not have access to that information, what about their representative at the legislative angle of it?
Do they have access?
Do they have access? If they don't, do they ask questions with respect to that, or they are engaged in frivolities? So that is why the freedom, I think, that the Freedom of Information Act now makes provision.
That's the importance.
In individuals, citizens, group of citizens, to make application.
Yeah, because it's
get that information.
Yeah, because it's not every information that will be on the public space.
Yes.
So, but that Freedom of Information Act can also help.
Yes.
If you seek or require such information that may not readily be on the public space, so that you can easily access such,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, but how fluid or how accessible is the office of the Attorney General, for instance?
It's accessible. It's a public office. You can make your application.
Okay.
And the Freedom of Information Act also saw the possibility of the institution wherein that application is made to refuses to grant that application or request as made. And the Act now provides for, in section 25, that you can go to court to seek a redress so that the court can grant an order. And once the court grants an order, you bring that order to them so that they can furnish you with whatever information as specified in your application.
All right, this is quite a sensitive topic, and we will not be able to exhaust it in one episode. But in the next episode, we're going to be looking more into the sanctions, or how the citizens can be able to access remedies, these legal remedies, in tackling or finding way where the provisions of the law can make sanctions on non-performing public officials that are found wanting in terms of not being able to satisfy the public or the citizens in respect of giving account of their stewardship. And that will be done basically next week. But before we round off on this, let's look at the aspect of the legislative arm, for instance, that you raised. This is an important arm of government that helps to oversee, deploy, that helps to look into oversight functions of the executive. Now, how can we strengthen this body in order to be able to help in accountability of the executive?
The law is clear with reference to legislative oversight, and that the legislature, their function as provided for by the Constitution is not just to make laws. Like we have agreed, they also have oversight functions
yes.
to perform.
Yes.
And when they refuse,
but they are lagging in that aspect. Like what you said, they are lagging in that aspect.
Yes.
So how do we strengthen that arm? But first of all, what could be the causative factor, and how can we strengthen that arm for it to be found, living up to expectation?
With the kind of legislative representative we have, and the unique structure of Nigeria, democratically, legally, and otherwise, we may have just one function or one role to play, and that is where you discover now to the citizens, where the citizens of Nigeria discover that the members of the legislative arm of government are not carrying out their functions as legislative arm. In the next election, don't vote for them.
Okay, you are talking about, before that, we could also, explore the aspect of the recall process. And of course, sanctions that may also be given on that. But well, that would be what we will be having same time next week on Law and You. Well, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Basically, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next episode, because we want to look at the recall process. How is it done? And of course, sanctions that will be given on non-performing public officials. How would that be carried out? So big thanks for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be.
My name is Philip Omogripo. We'll see you same time next week. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence extremism and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and that is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body. But the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
On the news tonight, President Tinubu meets with governors at the presidential villa. Now, DJ raises blood bank shortage, 6 media partnership to save lives. Elvis Naomi is new TV night beauty queen. Police rescue kidnapped Chinese expatriates, apprehend suspects. Plus, Lagos State Task Force clears Ikeja areas of street trading, illegal ticketing. Many thanks for joining the news on the network service of ITV. I am Joyce Ikogu. Joining me now from our Benin Network Center is Sonny Duke Okosun. Good evening, Sonny. How has your day been?
Good evening, Joyce. I'm good. I'm awesome. I mean, we're in the festive season, and it looks like you are up there waiting for Christmas to come very speedily, and it's a delight to be with you on the news tonight.
Absolutely. Many thanks, Sonny. And also joining from our Lagos Network Center is Joshua Ukata. Hello, Josh. It's always a pleasure having you on the news.
A very warm evening to you. I'm here. How are you doing?
Very well, Josh. And the news begins from our Abuja Network Center. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has met with 6 governors elected on the platform of the All Progressives Congress APC at the State House, Abuja. The governors who met with the president behind closed doors were those of Jigawa, Umar Namadi, Edo Monday Okpeolo, Ekiti Biodun Oyebanji, Kogi Usman Ododo, Sokoto Aliyu Sokoto, and Kebbi Dr. Nasir Idris. Details of the meeting were not yet made public as of press time. The closed-door session, which lasted for about 2 hours, took place against the backdrop of recent security challenges confronting the nation. Although no official of the presidency has conferred a hint of the reason for the meeting, it came amid recent mounting security challenges facing the nation. It has also coincided with ongoing national political consultations and preparations ahead of key party and governance engagements. When journalists sought their comments, the governors declined to speak. In other news, the Director General of the National Blood Service Agency, Professor Saliu Guda, has raised the alarm that Nigeria still meets less than 40% of its national blood requirement, a situation he described as a major risk to health care. He stated this on Monday to mark a National Blood Donor Day in Abuja. Health correspondent Joseph Kadiri has more. We'll bring you this report subsequently. We now take you to our Benin Network Center where Sonny Duke is standing by. Over to you, Sonny.
Thank you, Joyce, once again. And from our Benin Network studio, the state government is set to commence measles repellent immunization for children in January 2026 in collaboration with the National Transition for the Vaccination Exercise in the state. Chairman of the State Primary Healthcare Task Force and Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, made this known during the third quarter primary healthcare stakeholders meeting in Government House, Benin City. Deborah Ugbefun has details.
The third quarter primary healthcare task force meeting brought together stakeholders including chairman of the 18 local government areas for deliberation on primary healthcare. Chairman of the primary healthcare task force, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, said the meeting underscores the importance of strengthening primary healthcare system in the state.
This administration
of distinguished Senator Mondo Okpebholo, the Executive Governor of Adia State, remain fully committed to strengthening this foundation, from upgrading health facilities and deploying qualified personnel to ensuring the essential services are delivered without financial burden. Our focus is clear. Healthcare must be accessible, affordable, and effective.
Right Honorable Dahosa says a catch-up campaign for the measles repellent vaccine for children between 9 months and 14 years is underway and will require collective action.
This campaign will target children aged 9 months to 14 years, reaching them in schools, homes, market, and places of worship. But the sources of this effort will depend on our collective action.
The State Deputy Governor said the strength of the primary health care system lies not only on infrastructure or policies, but in the people who drive it.
Every health worker, every partner, every stakeholder has played a vital role. We must continue to foster collaboration, encourage innovation, and build trust at every level of engagement.
Some stakeholders also comment on PHC meeting.
If local government leads the disease outcome will be controlled early. If local government leads our PHC with function and serve our people with dignity.
In Benin, Deborah Obefun, ITV News.
Miss Elvis Zachary Naomi has emerged winner of the 2025 Miss ITV Nigeria Beauty Pageant, securing an endorsement deal, a major role in a Nollywood movie, and a check of ₦1 million. Joy Obaisiam reports that Naomi defeated 8 other contestants to win the grand finale of the well-attended contest held at the Hizwa Hub, an event center on Airport Road in Benin City on Sunday. We'll bring you details of that report in the course of the bulletin. And now moving on, the Edo State Police Command has rescued a kidnapped Chinese expatriate who was abducted on the 5th of September 2025 during an ambush on personnel of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Outgoing Police Public Relations Officer CSP Moses Yamu disclosed this during a press briefing where he also revealed that the command arrested several crime suspects in a series of coordinated operations across the state. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo completes the report.
According to the Police Public Relations Officer, CSP Moses Yamu, the kidnapped Chinese expatriate regained his freedom on the night of December 2nd, 2025. He was released at a location in Kaba, Kogi State.
He was released following technical and tactical operations jointly executed by Edo and Kogi State's police commands.
CSP Moses further revealed that operatives of the Love Ward Division arrested 2 motorcycle snatching syndicate members and intercepted 7 suspected criminal elements along the Benin-Agbo Road. He added that another suspect was arrested in Okuahe with a Dane gun, cartridges, charms, weapons, and other suspicious items. Additional arrests were made at the Oluku-Ahor bypass, where a suspect was found with a locally fabricated shotgun.
In a similar vein, operatives of Agbede Division raided a hotel and arrested 3 suspected armed robbers. A search conducted led to the recovery of 1 locally made single-barrel shotgun, 2 live cartridges, a Lexus SUV, and a Toyota Tacoma pickup with other charms.
All suspects have been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department from Benin. Jola Diojo, ITV News.
In a related development, Edo State Police Command has appointed ASP Eno Ekerunwe Ekwedem as the new Police Public Relations Officer, becoming the first female officer to occupy the position in the command. The appointment follows the approval of her posting by the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Agbetokun, and took effect upon her assumption of duty. ASP Ekwedem, who hails from Akwa Ibom State, was commissioned as an assistant superintendent of police in 2022 after completing her training at the Nigerian Police Academy, where she obtained a bachelor's degree in English language. Before her appointment as Public Relations Officer, ASP Kodem served in several capacities, including Divisional Traffic Officer at Adesua Division, Administrative Officer and Officer in Charge of the Crack Squad at the Wotubu Division, as well as Officer in Charge of the Confidential Unit, Department of Operations at the State Command. She was also Deputy Police Public Relations Officer to 2 consecutive command spokespersons. The command says her appointment is expected to further strengthen police public relations and information management in the Edo State Command.
And now back to our earlier report. The Director General of the National Blood Service Agency, Professor Saleh Yuguda, has raised alarm that Nigeria still meets less than 40% of its national blood requirement, a situation he described as a major risk to emergency health care. He stated this on Monday to mark National Blood Donor Day in Abuja. Health correspondent Joseph Kadiri has more.
To mark the 2025 National Blood Donor Day, the Director General of the National Blood Service Agency is hosting this engagement with media to provide update on the current status of Nigeria's blood bank. In his update, he says Nigeria's blood reserve is less than 40% of total need, urging journalists to support public education, human interest storytelling, and mobilization of counter-cultural, religious, and safety fears that discourage voluntary donation.
And this shortage affects critical areas such as emergency trauma care, management of our mothers during childbirth and children under 5, more especially during the faced with severe infections and anemias. We also have cases of surgeries, management of cancers and other chronic conditions that are faced with these challenges of shortage of quality blood across the country. These figures make it clear. While the needs for blood is vast and constant, our supply remains dangerously inadequate.
Declaring the Coordinating Minister of Health and the keynote speaker, who is the Director General of the Voice of Nigeria, Jibrin Baba Ndache, call on media organizations to take a frontline role in driving nationwide, emphasizing that safe blood should continue to threat agency care.
Today, this national media stakeholders panel on blood donation advocacy comes at a crucial moment for our country. In a nation where demand for safe blood far exceeds supply, the voices in this room possess incredible power. The power to amplify truth, dismantle myths, transform behaviors, and save countless lives.
So this gathering is not just a mere gathering. It's a call to action. It's a call to responsibility. That when you pick your pen, what are you thinking of? Beyond even saving lives. Doctors will tell some of us, if you do carry out that, you even require to donate blood. There are people who are lucky to have access that if you leave it in your system, it's even so dangerous.
The engagement also features panel discussions on the theme, From Headlines to Lifelines, brought together journalists, donor groups, civil society partners, and development organizations. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
For more on ITV's network news, we now take you to our Lagos Network Center. Over to you, Josh.
Many thanks, Joyce. And moving on from our Lagos Network Center, the Federal Road Safety Corps, Lagos State Sector Command, has vowed to go after those trying to contravene traffic laws this Yuletide. Sector Commander of the command, Kehinde Hamza, in an interview, said 80% of accidents during this period are as a result of overspeeding. Lagos State correspondent Aibuji Warrior has details.
Lagos State Sector Commander FRC Kehinde Hamza said the command is set to deploy its radar guns to detect the speed limits of drivers, as any caught overspeeding will be sanctioned. The sector commander said they have educated drivers enough, saying they are ready to enforce the law in full scale.
Passengers alike should try their best possible to ensure they speak out
we are not ghosts. They should speak up against dangerous drivers, which will understand that crashes kill more passengers than drivers. A driver carrying inflammable objects in containers and with you inside the vehicle, we would not know if they are there or not. It is when the passengers speak up that will be able to say, you park. Why would you keep this here? You can't go with inflammable.
The FRSC Sector Commander said the command has set in motion its medical team at strategic locations on federal highways for emergency situations.
Are being concentrated within our major highways now so that there can be quick intervention into road traffic crashes. Our ambulances are being put in their top gear, their top form, so that the idea of the ambulance is not performing. That's why we lose our golden hours, will not come into place. And then our heavy-duty tow trucks are being put in place such that the idea of obstruction, thereby causing backlog of traffic.
The FRSC boss said accidents can be avoided this period if road users take to safety measures. From Lagos, Agbuji Korea, ITV News.
Lagos State Task Force says it has arrested 3 suspects preventing its agent from doing their job. The agency said the recent raid is in continuation of its cleanup enforcement operation to rid the state of street trading, displaying of goods on the road, illegal ticketers, unauthorized blockage of road, operation of illegal bus stops, and other environmental violations in the state during the Yuletide season. Mesile Nankwo has details.
Lagos State Environmental Task Force said it's embarked on its ongoing cleanup enforcement operations at Obafemi Awolowo Way, Obakran Road, and other adjournment roads in Ikeja. It said the area visited during the operation include Ikeja Underbridge, Tornado Street, Awolowo Road, Inward Allen Avenue Roundabout, and other adjoining roads where some recalcitrants, street traders, illegal ticketers, and motorists display their goods on roads, obstructing traffic flows and constituting nuisance on the highways or walkways, and other adjoining roads on the stretch of Obafemi Awolowo Way in Ikeja metropolis. Chairman of the task force, CSP Akinrele, said during the raid exercise, 3 suspects were obstructing the officials from carrying out their legitimate duties were arrested, while goods and wares displayed on the roads were confiscated and sanity restored. He said the suspects arrested have been charged to court, while goods confiscated have been fed to the state government in line with the state government environmental sanitation laws of 2017 and transport sector reformed laws of 2018. CSP Akinrele warned against a trading on the highway that impaired free flow of traffic on the roads. From Lagos, Messelina Umkwo, ITV News.
You're still watching the news on the network service of ITV. Let's take a breather. More reports in a bit. Do stay.
Thanks again for rejoining us on the ITV Main News tonight. Miss Elvis Zachary Naomi has emerged winner of the 2025 Miss ITV Nigeria Beauty Pageant, securing an endorsement deal, a major role in a Nollywood movie, and a check of 1 million naira. Joy Obaisamo reports that Naomi defeated 8 other contestants to win the grand finale of the well-attended contest held on Sunday at the Hizwa Hub and Event Center on Airport Road, Benin City.
It was glitz and glamour at the grand finale of the 2025 Miss ITV Nigeria Beauty Pageant tagged Edonimose. Former beauty queens, several dignitaries, and the management and staff of ITV and Radio Benin, led by the managing director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, graced the event. The event provided contestants the platform to showcase talent, elegance, and intellectual capacity. In his remarks, the managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, commended the comportment of the contestants and urged them to remain positive role models.
Every man in front of his or her mirror
always feel they are the most beautiful or the most handsome because the judgment is done by you. But those ladies have the confidence and the courage to stand in front of us in those long strides. Please, let's do them the honor. One of the 9 ladies will be a winner tonight. And let's give it up to every African woman in the hall. A round of applause to our ladies.
The night featured musical performances, stand-up comedy, and a PML fashion display, much to the delight of the audience. The 9 contestants competed keenly, displaying the cultural heritage of various Nigerian tribes, knowledge of current affairs, and beauty. They also presented a drama aimed at discouraging drug abuse in the society. After a tight contest, Miss LV Zekeri Naomi was crowned the new Miss ITV Nigeria Beauty Queen. Miss Esther Oluchi emerged first runner-up, receiving a check of 500,000 naira and the title Miss Tourism. The winner was determined through a combination of 30% online vote and 30% camp activities and 40% on-stage performance, scores collated by the judges.
I feel so many positive emotions. I don't really know how to put it into words. I'm so happy.
I'll give all glory to God because it's just grace.
The youth have to learn to appear sound, beautiful, and intelligent. That's my take.
I give God all the glory for the victory, for the strength. So it's really challenging, but we thank God.
This is like a springboard for those who want to go for world pageantry and maybe national pageantry. You now know what it is to say, I am beautiful.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Elsewhere, House of Favor International Church, HOFIC, Benin City has held its annual 2025 Favor Conference and Harvest Thanksgiving Service themed Joyful Celebration Amidst Praise and Thanksgiving. Jolade Ojo, who captured highlights of the event, reports that the Thanksgiving service attracted church members, dignitaries, invited guests, and well-wishers to the church auditorium at 3B Old Western Road, Benin City.
It was a moment of praise, thanksgiving, and divine reflection at the House of Favor International Church in Benin as members gathered to appreciate God for His faithfulness throughout the year. The service featured special song ministrations by the church choir, the HOFIC Children and Women's Ministries, as members danced and expressed gratitude to God for His blessings. Senior pastor of House of Favor International Church, Reverend Lucky Onaiwu, who delivered a sermon titled Thanksgiving Brings Increase, charged members to cultivate the habit of gratitude as it aligns with Christ's teachings for believers.
The little that you have got before you, be thankful. If we are thankful, God will give us more. As we imbibe this culture of being thankful to God for the little that we have had, I want to pray for you that you will get abundance in the name of Jesus.
High point of the service was the Thanksgiving sessions, which witnessed pastors, special guests of honor, and church members take turns to appreciate God for His mercy in their lives and families. Resident Pastor Solomon Adeshino, guests and church members comment on the significance of the annual Thanksgiving service.
It's an opportunity to tell God thank you once again for the glorious and wonderful thing that you have done.
So we are hoping as we are thanking God, the Lord will do more for us in the upcoming year. I'm here to celebrate with the man of God. They said many are called, few are chosen. He's a man of God to the call.
I'm happy because God has really done things in our life and done things in the life of this church.
From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Rubber Estates Nigeria Limited has held the maiden edition of its Health, Safety, Environment and Ethics Day, reinforcing its commitment to workplace safety, ethical standards and overall well-being of its workforce. The event with the theme, Safety and Integrity, Our Shared Responsibility, was held at the company's Ose River Estate in Edo State and had in attendance workers from various departments and operational units to mark a significant milestone in RENL solving culture of safety and accountability. Jolade Ojo has more.
In his remarks, the Managing Director of Rubber Estates Nigeria Limited, Olivia Odoku, represented by the Executive Director of Finance, Emmanuel Abana, emphasized that the theme of the event serves as a reaffirmation of the establishment's unwavering commitment to staff welfare and its belief that safety is a shared responsibility across all levels of the workforce.
For Rubber Estate, we know that a healthy workforce and a safe workforce we always deliver can help to drive the affairs of the company to higher height. This is the first edition and we hope to continue because we want people to be aware and also help us to drive the business.
Also speaking, the Assistant HSC Manager, Ogundayomi Omololu, and the Communications Manager, James Oronsaye, noted that aside from raising awareness, the HSC and Ethics Day is designed to deepen understanding, encourage behavioral changes, and strengthen the safety consciousness of staff.
We develop a safety culture to ensure that every one of us will take cognizance of what can affect other people negatively in the area of health, safety, and environment as well.
This has been able to pass a message to drive home the policy of the company that safety is paramount and adhering to ethical policy of the company is key.
The event featured a variety of engaging and educational activities, including a drama presentation, an interactive question and answer session, during which participants were rewarded correctly for answering questions. A major highlight of the ceremony was the presentation of cash prizes to the neatest blocks within the estate's residential camps.
I want to say a very big thank you to the Rubber Estate management team for setting up a day like this.
The people in the coming, even right from now, there's going to be improvements in what they are going to do in their camps.
The HIC and Ethics Day, first of its kind for the company in Edo State, will be extended to Rubber Estates Nigeria Limited's other operational branch in Delta State, Ondo State, and Ogun State, respectively. Jola Diljo, ITV News.
The 80th birthday celebration of a former Group Managing Director of NNPC, Dr. Jackson Gaius Obaseki, has been held in Benin City amidst pomp and ceremony. Pius Nsoro reports that it was an evening to remember at the golf section of the Benin Club as golfers, who include lady golfers, rolled out the drums to celebrate one of their own.
G and O at
The celebrant and former GMD of NNPC, Dr. Jackson Gaius Obaseki, cut his 80th birthday cake flanked by family and friends. The gathering was characterized by high notes of joy and many compliments.
I wish him all the best and congratulations. He's looking fantastic at eating.
All the good things that he has been doing, God will make him adequately enjoy the fruits of his labor.
You can see the atmosphere, the joyful nature of every person. We thank God for his life and thank God for the life of his family.
Earlier, there was the official tee-off of Obaseki at 80 Golf Tournament at the Benin Golf Course, where the Nasarawa State Governor, Engineer Abdullahi Sule, was in attendance.
This is a Nigerian who has paid his dues, especially for some of us from the oil and gas sector.
The evening climaxed with the presentation of prizes to some golfers who emerged winners during the tee-off of the historic golf tournament.
We enjoyed ourselves, we played good golf, and we won.
I'm very happy to win this trophy today. In fact, I give God the glory.
In an interview, the octogenarian, Dr. Jackson Gaius Obaseki, stressed the need to serve the country well and not be distracted by money or greed, as according to him, longevity has meaning when there are legacies.
I'm not existing at 80, I am living at 80, and I give thanks and all the praise to God.
Living with him for 50 years, I can tell you is the best part of my life.
a renowned Nigerian petroleum geologist and former group managing director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation (NNPC), Dr. Gaius Obaseki is credited with transforming the NNPC and implementing reforms that modernized Nigeria's oil and gas operations. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
We'll take a break now. More stories coming your way on the ITV Main News tonight. Please stay. A Thanksgiving Mass has been held at St. Augustine Catholic Church in Benin City, Edo State, in honor of a former Group Managing Director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, Dr. Jackson Gaius Obaseki. The service attracted dignitaries from the oil and gas industry, the political class, and the business community. Donald Emir completes the report.
St. Augustine Catholic Church, Benin City, came alive on Sunday as friends, family members, and well-wishers converged for a special Thanksgiving Mass in honor of former Group Managing Director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, Dr. Jackson Gaius Obaseki. The Mass was officiated by the Archbishop of the Benin Catholic Archdiocese, Most Reverend Dr. Augustine Akobeze, alongside Bishop John Nyayiring of the Kano Diocese and the proud provincial of the Order of St. Augustine, Nigerian Province, Very Reverend Father Anthony Kichuku Kanu, among other clergy. In a homily, Reverend Father Pascal Omonon charged the congregation to embrace gratitude to God, humility in leadership, and service to humanity. Guests and well-wishers described the octogenarian as a mentor, a visionary, and a worthy ambassador of Nigeria's oil and gas industry.
I want to wish him very many happy returns. It is not easy to clock it.
An awesome father-in-law, and I wish him long life in good health.
To wish him a happy birthday. This is a fantastic milestone and a blessing in itself.
We are very proud of him because he's very humble. He's married to our sister, our aunt.
We celebrate him not because he's old, but because he represents a shining light.
Dr. Obaseki and his wife expressed gratitude to God and appreciation to all who came to celebrate with them.
God has used me for so many things, so I have a legacy to look back on. And that makes longevity to have a meaning.
Greater years ahead in happiness and good health for him and all of us in the family.
Dr. Jackson Gaius Obaseki was born on November 25, 1945. A grand reception was later held in his honor at Katela Event Center, Benin City. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyeng, ITV News.
A federal commissioner with the Code of Conduct Bureau and former member representing Ego Ikpobaha Federal Constituency, Honorable E.J. Agboanyima, has been honored with an award of excellence for his contributions to societal development. The award was presented by the Department of Entrepreneurship, Faculty of Management Sciences, University of Benin, during its 2025 annual lecture and award ceremony. Pius Nsogo has details.
This award of excellence into induction to the Hall of Fame of the department. We say congratulations.
Presenting the award to E.J. Agboanyima, the head of the Department of Entrepreneurship, Dr. Stephen Obeki, described him as a bold advocate for transparency, justice, and national development, qualities that have earned him a reputation for integrity.
We are gathered here to celebrate entrepreneurship, innovation, experience, and excellence.
Other notable personalities, including the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Edoba Omorige, SAN, Professor Edi Eragbe, and the Zonal Director of NTA, Mrs. Tenny Ajayi, were also presented with awards of excellence for their contributions to humanity in various fields. Honorable E.J. Agboanyima expressed gratitude for the honor and advised students to shun corrupt practices and avoid vices that could lead them into trouble.
As a student, tomorrow you'll be a father, a mother, a businessman, and you'll also be teaching others to learn the rope of becoming a millionaire or even a billionaire. It is possible. It is doable. It all depends on you. There's nothing you cannot do, you cannot achieve.
It's a recognition of the fact that a lot of hard work
has been put into the business of broadcasting, and it is being rewarded.
A lecture titled Starting and Surviving as an Entrepreneur in Nigeria, the Challenges, the Skills and the Reward was delivered by the Director of SMIDAN, Mr. Moses Erabo. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The management of Okomu Oil Palm Company has expressed readiness to help the poor and downtrodden in the society, especially during the festive season, to put smiles on their faces. Head of Communication Office, Okomu Oil Palm Company, Mr. Fidelis Odisa, stated this in Benin City. Efosa Wangwe has details.
It was a movement of joy for children in internally displaced persons in Ogua community in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State when Okomu Oil Palm Company presented food items to them, which include bags of gari, beans, clothes, crates of eggs, and gallons of oil. Commenting on the gesture, Mr. Olise said the decision to distribute food items to the internally displaced persons and orphanages was a management decision as a way of giving back to the society during the festive season. The company's communication officer also visited Rose Louis Exceptional Students Academy, explained that it was necessary to give to the less privileged and the downtrodden in this youth with a view to putting smiles on their faces and enjoy what other privileged children enjoy.
Okomu have been impacting the communities around us, about 29 communities, doing different things for the communities. But we felt that we need to extend our kind-heartedness to the less privileged society. Like you are probably aware, we've been going to IDP for a couple of years and support them every Christmas. And we try to go beyond IDP to look for other orphanage homes. We ourselves, we found this place and try to support her. Because what she's doing is exceptional. The school is. It's not easy to train children that are challenged.
Coordinators of internally displaced persons IDP Ogwa, Mrs. Evelyn Omigie, and representative of Rose Louis Exceptional Students Academy, Mrs. Osarime Isaac Aluyi, commended Okomu Oil Palm Company.
They should stay calm, they should be happy. Whatever God provides for them this season, they should take it with joy and be happy and not complain.
I really appreciate these things, and coming from Okomu, non-big company in the state, to identify with us, we are grateful.
They promise to continue to pray for the progress of the company to do more for the betterment of humanity. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The member representing Esan Northeast, Esan Southeast Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Honorable Prince Odianoso Okoje, has built and donated a 2-bedroom bungalow each to 2 indigent constituents, Mrs. Philomena Izofwa and Mr. Sunday Iyere, after their homes were destroyed by a rainstorm in Uromi. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije reports that the commissioning and handover of the houses were witnessed by party leaders and members of both communities amid emotional scenes.
Presenting the 2-bedroom bungalows to Mrs. Philomena Ehizofwa at Ewoyi and Mr. Sunday Iyere at Amedokian in Uromi, Honorable Prince Odianoso Okoje, represented by his Chief of Staff, Honorable Ostos Okoduwa, said he was moved with compassion when he saw the devastating state of their homes. He noted particularly the case of Mr. Iyere, who recently lost his wife and is left with 6 children, and Mrs. Ehizofwa, whose property was exposed and deteriorating under the rain.
Giving is part of his life. It is not because he's a member of House of Reps. These things are things he has been doing. It's part of him. And over the years, ever before he entered politics, he has said several people that this one happened is like a normal thing.
Some guests, including his media aide, Honorable Larry Okonofwa, described Prince Okoje as a natural philanthropist whose act of kindness began at a young age.
The rain that fell that day was so heavy that our house was washed away. So the information went viral, and the honorable member with his wife saw the video, so they were moved with empathy.
Good thing where Odi Okoje do for me. I'm going happy. I do tell him, I say thank you. And I help me tell him, I say God bless her. Good work.
See, yesterday we have commissioned one. Today we are here in another community to commission a very gigantic project we have done for an indigent one.
My dear, do you know how many of these he has done? God will continue to bless him. My heart is full of joy.
Prince Odianoson Okoje serves as the chairman, House Committee on Petroleum Mainstream in Uromi. Chris Omije, ITV News.
We'll take another short break. We'll be back with more on the ITV News tonight. Stay. Thanks again for staying with us on the ITV News tonight. Chairman Akoko Edo Local Government, Right Honorable Alabi Oshonogwe, also known as Akbakomiza Jr., has reassured the people of Akoko Edo that the circulating rumors about the kidnapping of students at Ibilo Oha Secondary School by armed bandits are completely false. Oluwafemi Farayola has more.
Right Honorable Alabi Oshonogwe said the misinformation has created fear, especially among children currently writing their examinations across the local government area. He said findings confirmed by security agencies show clearly that no incidents of kidnapping has occurred anywhere in Akoko Edo, as the claims being spread are deliberate fabrications aimed at causing panic and destabilizing our peaceful environment. He urged the people to remain calm, go about their normal activities, and disregard the baseless allegations, assuring that his administration has already put strong security measures in place to prevent any breakdown of law and order. He said as a proactive and responsive government, local government officials are working diligently to identify those behind the false alarm, assuring that anyone found responsible will face the full weight of the law to serve as a deterrent to others who may wish to mislead the public. He reiterated that schools in Akoko Edo are safe. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
In a special celebration of life, family, friends, and dignitaries converged to honor the indelible legacies of late Comrade John Ode, who passed away at 82, leaving an infallible void in the hearts of many. Paz Osongo reports that the military-based hospital open field on Airport Road, Benin City, transformed into a sea of joy and remembrance as mourners converged to pay tributes to the extraordinary individual.
The atmosphere was electrified with family members and friends showcasing their dance steps, a fitting tribute to a man who embodied love, kindness, and generosity. Comrade Ode, a retired fire safety coordinator in the United States, was celebrated as a champion of positive change, whose impact on the lives of others will forever be etched in the annals of history. As family and friends shared fond memories, one thing became clear. Comrade Ode's life was a pointer to the power of love, compassion, and service to humanity.
My father was a great dad to me, the best dad in the world. He's an icon, he's loving and caring. As a matter of fact, he was a philanthropist.
He was very industrious, he's a philanthropist. He's a politician as well.
He was a kind man, and I don't think there is anybody that can fill that vacuum, that space. To me, I felt it's a great love. As in the big Iroko, that's falling.
The legacy of late Comrade Ode will continue to inspire generations to come, serving as a beacon of hope and inspiration for all. The event typically signified a life well lived, with every moment and every dance revealing the profound impact Comrade Ode had on those around him. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The leadership of Ikpako village in Ovia Northeast local government area of the state has warned individuals, companies, and groups against engaging in transacting business with one Awiraba Alagbose, who was removed as the Ojonwe of Ikpaku village by the area customary court in Okada, which also declared his position vacant and to account for over 71 million naira belonging to the village. A statement jointly signed by the Okaigele, Comrade Monday Osayenoto, Elder Victor Igbenusu, Comrade VC 10 Osayende, Community Secretary General, and Elder Moses Ulegbe, says the court in a judgment ordered that the most elderly senior man in the village be installed as Ojonwe in accordance with Benin laws, customs, and tradition. The statement explains that Pa Robinson Arinwikeke Amadasu was installed on 21st July 2025 as the Ojonwe after Pa Owenze Okairo and Pa Gospar Titi declined. The statement claimed and clarified that there was never a time His Royal Majesty Ewa II Oba Benin presided over Ikpaku matters, pointing out that it was the Committee of Town and Village Matters headed by Chief Osaro Ida Diobazeli of Benin, who after seeing the court judgment said they have no jurisdiction to entertain the matter. The Enugio of Igwogie Dukedom, Festus Osagede Ayeki, who oversee the affairs of the neighboring Ewolekbe Dukedom in Ovia North-East Local Government Area for this state, with the elders in council, have called for the verification of all land title documents within the community. Jonah Omowa completes the report.
A statement jointly signed by His Royal Highness Ambassador Festus Ayeki, the Odionwe Pa Gabriel Ihure, Committee Chairman Pa Augustine Dausa, Okaigele Osaize Zewigie, and Secretary Osaro Oko, explains that the verification exercise is aimed at curbing illegal land speculation and ensuring the authentication of all title documents. The statement urges all individuals or groups who own land or property in Ewolekbe community to present their approval documents to the verification committee at the community town hall. It further notes that the verification exercise would run from 4th December 2025 to 7th February 2026 between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. daily. The statement warns that anyone who fails to participate in the exercise risks forfeiting the affected property. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Indigenous of Igwogie community in Ovia North-East Local Government Area for the state have appealed to the Oba of Benin Ewa II to call some palace chiefs to order who are in the habit of carrying out clandestine activities that could bring the name of the palace to disrepute. The locals who made the appeal known in an alleged gathering of elders, women and youths which held at the community town hall accused the palace chiefs of adjusting its boundary in favor of Iyera community, which before now was a quarter in Igwogie community. Thomas Sado completes the report.
The people of Igwogie community in Ovia North-East Local Government Area of Edo State are not happy. They say some palace chiefs on Friday stormed their community with some persons from other communities adjusting the boundary between Igwogie and Iyera community in favor of the latter, brandishing various documents to authenticate their claims. The people of Igwogie said a portion of their land was ceded to Iyera camp over 50 years ago and wondered why the palace chiefs are now adjusting the boundary in favor of Iyera. The people of Igwogie, who said the boundary issue between them and Iyera is currently before a court of competent jurisdiction, stressed that as law-abiding persons, they are waiting for justice to be served. They appeal to the Oba of Benin, Omonobane Doko Apolopolo, Oba Ewa II, to step into the matter and bring those behind the forced boundary adjustment to book.
That place where they say that they so, court don't first give out to us the year 2000, but they want claim see where the court and pass directly opposite our town hall now.
They now went to palace. A chief said, we must lose this land to Iyera. We are now seizing this opportunity to also ask our father, the Oba of Benin, to give us that opportunity for a good investigation.
The key goat for here, the key goat for the other side, even our camp, when they for Igwogie, carry and go Iyera. Now they ask whether I go Igwogie or Joe, whether Iyera or Igwogie, I don't know.
It was gathered that the palace chiefs so adjusted the boundary that the Odonwo of Iguye community is now in Iyera. Thomas Sado, ITV News.
Elders and natives of Ogbeson community in Ovia Northeast local government area, Edo State, have expressed dismay over a media broadcast sponsored by Igosho, the community, claiming that a statement by the Benin Traditional Council clarified that Ogbeson is a quarter in Igoshoding. The elders and natives say the statement is not only laughable, but a calculated attempt to cajole the public to believing what is not real. The statement issued by the council to Ogbeson community, M.A. Ogayehe, expressed disgust that an issue already laid to rest by Oba Erejowa of blessed memory in July 1996 could be tampered with. The signatory of the secretary to the Benin Traditional Council. The statement explains that nobody from Ogbeson was invited for any meeting or hearing before an agreement was reached and broadcast in the media. The statement said Ogbeson people frowned at the broadcast because the allotment committee during the reign of Oba Kenzwa II of blessed memory already made it clear that Ogbeson was a community of its own and wondered why Igoshoding is coming up with misleading statements. According to the statement, the issue of the autonomy of Ogbeson community has since been laid to rest by a series of documents, including the Oba's approval issued to them, to the then three communities in 1977, and the letter written by the palace to the local government council. They said the purported letter written by the secretary of the Benin Traditional Council stating that Ogbeson community is a quarter under Igosho community without hearing from the elders of Ogbeson community is in nullity, and the public should disregard such broadcast as it was written in bad faith. We're going for another break. When we return, more stories on the ITV main news. Stay tuned. The need for insurance companies to engage in creating awareness for the people to be abreast with the importance of the sector occupied the front burner during the Insurance Week holding in Benin City with the theme Insurance, the Matter of All Business. The event was a platform for stakeholders to brainstorm on how the insurance sector can be more relevant in the scheme of things.
The insurance business is one of the innovative market policies to sustain business. However, its importance has been let low owing to doubt from the larger society of its ability to redeem lost investments if eventually what was insured occur as regards to fire, outbreak, death, among others. The managing director of ITV and radio, engineer Elvis Obaseki, represented by Director Independent Radio, Dr. Dan Omosuzi, said few people are aware that insurance is a great deal because the necessary awareness is not created. He enjoined the practitioners to use the week to step up their game in a bid to spread the positive side of insurance.
100 million. That's not a small money. You don't give it to the darkness. No, sir. Call us. We come and cover it. As part of the activities to reactivate the market, you have to publicize activities of insurance. The good side of it, because everybody is saying that it's not good, it's not good. So, the positive side, publicizing.
President Insurance Stakeholders Forum, Sir B.J. Bryce, said the week is aimed to highlight the importance of the sector to mankind and to encourage the people to take advantage of insuring themselves, as it is another way to secure their future.
It's also to show that properties must be insured. We don't want the situation where people cry year in, year out to say that my property has been burnt. This time around, there will be compulsory insurance that people must adhere to.
Chairman of the occasion, Chief Alawi Robinson, said insuring oneself is one aspect the people have not been able to know the purpose and the importance.
This ceremony has come to correct and regulate many things. Insurance is what we should all be part of, whether small or big, whether government worker or private owner.
There were goodwill messages from various stakeholders. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The solemnization of holy matrimony between Paul Ikwobase Konwe and Joe Additional Bolunduro took place in Benin City, drawing family, friends and well-wishers who gathered to witness the couple exchange their vows before God and the church. Ofure Aneto has more.
In his message to the couple, Pastor Friday Ekbohia of Abundance of Grace Miracle Ministry likened marriage to food that requires the right spices to remain joyful and fulfilling. He emphasized that when Jesus and his Holy Spirit are present in a home, the union comes peaceful and strong, adding that marriage is a blessing that must be handled with care.
In the early days of our fathers, we have our own spices, but the new modern time, we have another spices that is higher than that of our ancient times. In the same way, marriage needs spiritual and emotional spices.
The newlyweds later exchanged marital vows, signed the marriage register, and received prayers from the congregation. The celebration then moved to the reception venue, where the couple were ushered in by the Ashwebi train to the delight of guests. The chairman of the occasion advised the couple to build their home on patience and unconditional love.
When you love yourself, this marriage will go a long way. And have patience. The bottom line of marriage is patience.
The couple, after cutting the wedding cake, shared their joy alongside family members.
I don't know how to express my happiness, but God be the glory.
I'm grateful to God for making this dream of mine.
It's a very happy day for me, and my daughter, and my wife, and all my family.
I'm so feel happy. My soul make people bright and shine. I'm very happy and feel excited for my children's marriage. For what God has done for us, to make it marriage successful. My son is getting married. I'm so blessed, and it's the glory of God.
I'm really happy to be here today. May God keep this marriage forever in Jesus' name.
From Benin, Ofure Aneto, ITV News.
Authorities of Ikpobaha local government area, Edo State, have deferred the date for the ban on open grazing, earlier scheduled 1st of December 2025 to 3rd of January 2026. Joy Obaisiagmo reports.
The ban on open grazing in Ikpobaoka local government area, initially set to take effect on December 1st, 2025, has been deferred. Members and stakeholders of the Hausa community converged on Ikpobaoka local government secretariat in Idogbo to appeal for more time to prepare for the transition to a ranching system. The appeal followed the submission of a formal letter requesting an 8-month extension to plan and implement the new system.
Some of them are going for market for this December market, and there are so many cattle within their own axis, and which will be very difficult for them to keep inside their camera and then feeding. We beg for an extension of 8 months in order to enable us to work and plan towards the ranching system that the local government chairman has put in place. Like in summary, is that we are not against the ranching system. And we have said that to the local government chairman here, that we are in support of the ranching system, that is a modern way to go.
Secretary to the local government, Mr. Patrick Emokbai, who represented the chairman after deliberations, announced that a task force has been established to tackle the issue of open grazing effective from 3rd of January 2025.
Please, I want you to talk to your people. The governor is serious about this whole issue because of the lives and property that is involved. Talk to your people. After on the 3rd of January, from on the 4th of January, like the chairman said before, any cow seen parading around the street belongs to the property of the government.
One of the resolutions reached at the meeting was a site proposed for use as a cattle ranch located along Benin-Abraka Road. The site boasts of an existing abattoir and access to a nearby river, providing a potential water source. The development is part of the local government effort to promote a more sustainable and organized livestock management system. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The need for Christians to always give thanks to God has been emphasized. The shepherd in charge of Celestial Church of Christ, Shekinah Glory, Igwadalo, Benin City, Superior Evangelist Idowu Akoledowu, during the 2025 Thanksgiving service. Wellington Akodecha has details.
Shekinah Glory Parish of the Celestial Church of Christ was agog with festivities as members turned out in large numbers to appreciate God as the year gradually rolls down. In a message, Third Harvest of New Garments, Evangelist V.S.E. Usagi told the congregation that for one to be alive is not by their making, but God's love upon their lives, and encouraged the congregation to serve God genuinely.
Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. It is only through prayer you can overcome this evil world. Only these through prayers you can overcome the devil. You have no other enemy that will rise up against you, but the devil, the evil one.
Superior Evangelist Idowu Akoledowu urged the congregation to always give thanks to God to enjoy God's blessings.
It's a great day in the sight of God, and it's an opportunity to be alive today. We are celebrating the 7th annual adult harvest. And definitely, that harvest of the glory, harvest should be manifest.
Chairman of the Harvest Committee, Superior Evangelist Omofowa Idahosa, expressed appreciation to God Almighty for the success of the events.
The success of this harvest, it was a miracle. Anywhere children of God gather, Satan must always want to disorganize them. But because of God behind us, that is why. And what I want everybody to know about harvest, don't think that you are doing it for the pastor or for anybody. Just believe that you are doing it for God.
Celestial Church of Christ, Shekinah Glory Parish is located at Upper Siloko Road by Igwadalo Community, Benin City. From Benin, Wellington Akodecha, ITV News.
The need to invest in God's work has again been emphasized. The General Superintendent Emeritus of Christ Apostolic Church of God Mission, Apostle Godspower Ogbonwa, stated this in Benin City during the dedication of the ultra-modern church auditorium of Saviour's Apostolic Grace Mission International Incorporated. Wellington Akodecha again reports that members of the church across the state converged on Benin City to participate in the ceremony.
We anoint this church today in the name of the Father.
Apostle Godpower Ogbonwa inaugurating the ultra-modern church auditorium of Saviour's Apostolic Grace Mission in Benin City. In his message to Christians, Apostle Ogbonwa urged the congregation to serve God diligently and invest in his work, while congratulating Apostle Luke Ibizugbe for successfully putting up the edifice.
When a man is chosen by God, whatsoever he does is being directed by God. I have no doubt that this great thing will come out of him.
Chairman PFM, Ego Branch, Reverend Anthony Ojo, and Reverend Dr. Asemuta described the new structure as a milestone achievement.
Of this unfolding of this tabernacle, I pray that the Lord will remember you for good in the name of the Lord Jesus.
Apostle Ibizugbe is a man of God that, truly speaking, the Lord have called. And that is why you can see this good work that he has done.
Appreciating God for the accomplishments, the founder of the church, Apostle Luke Ibizugbe, and his wife, Angela, thanked members for their unwavering support.
The way God started bringing money is something that taught me to obey God the more. And so it was a very fast building. Like I said, if not for the pastor's lodge, we would have done this dedication like a few years ago. But the pastor's lodge needed to be finished. And so it's just God.
It's mercy towards this ministry. In fact, he has been so faithful. We can't even thank him enough. He has done a lot for us. But dedicating this church today is by his grace.
Saviour's Apostolic Grace Mission International Incorporated is located on Cana Street off Testament Road, Benin City. From Benin, Wellington Akodecha, ITV News.
Residents of Upper Odia Street in Uselu 2, Ward 8, Ego local government area, Edo State, are celebrating renewed hope following the evacuation of a massive refuse dump that had blocked the road for years. The cleanup was carried out during Saturday's environmental sanitation exercise led by the Executive Chairman of Ego Local Government Council, Honorable Osaro Osa Eribo.
For years, the refuse heap posed serious environmental health risks, emitting foul odor, attracting flies, and making the road completely impassable for motorists and pedestrians. A resident, Mr. Aihanuwa, expressed gratitude to the council chairman, describing the intervention as long overdue.
My chairman, he will live long. What is happening here?
The supervisory councillor for health, Honorable Paul Arasowa, said the chairman acted immediately upon receiving reports of the situation. He explained that evacuation was necessary to avert looming health hazards and praised the chairman's proactive leadership. One of the environmental sanitation supervisors in Ego local government area, Mrs. Patience Omokau, described the dump site as a potential danger zone. She said continuous sensitization efforts, street enforcement measures, including arresting offenders, have been put in place to curb indiscriminate dumping.
We are on ground doing the evacuation, and we are advising the residents of the area to keep the environment clean so that they will enjoy the good health. And the council is still doing everything to make sure that the environmental departments do their job well.
The evacuation team also extended operations to Ugida Market, where traders expressed appreciation for the prompt and consistent waste removal under the current administration, a clear departure from previous experiences. From Ego local government area, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
The Nigeria Association of Special Education Teachers, NASET, Edo State Chapter, marked the International Day of Persons with Disabilities 2025 on Wednesday at the Hizwa Hub on Airport Road in Benin City. Joy Obaishabmo completes the report.
The Edo State Chapter of NASET held its 2025 International Day of Persons with Disability celebration under the theme Fostering Disability-Inclusive Societies for Advancing Social Progress. The event brought together teachers, pupils, and students from schools for the physically challenged, hearing and visually impaired, and developmentally challenged, along with representatives of the Edo State Ministry of Education and other special needs NGOs. Sign language interpreters were present to ensure effective communication and understanding throughout the event. The keynote speaker, Professor Evelyn Omemezia, emphasized the importance of including persons with disabilities, particularly in policy-making processes.
A reminder to all of us of our collective responsibility to build a society that is truly inclusive, supportive, and empowering.
In her remarks, Mrs. Mercy Imaswe, representing the Permanent Secretary of the Edo State Ministry of Education, Mrs. Edith Ebomoyi, alongside other education professionals, reaffirmed the need for sustained effort to build an inclusive society for persons with disabilities in Edo State.
A society cannot genuinely progress unless it consciously creates space for every individual to participate, contribute, and thrive.
The chairman of NASET, Comrade Isaac Judah Zuka, urged the government and relevant stakeholders to foster a culture of respect, understanding, and inclusion.
I'm calling on the government, relevant stakeholders on special education matters. Let's implement policies that promote inclusion.
The program also featured drama, dance, and musical performances showcasing the talents of individuals with special needs. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbo, ITV News.
And that's it on tonight's special package of the ITV Main News. Thank you for staying with us. Have a good night. Bye for now.
TV, certainly the best.
Very good afternoon to you. You're welcome to the program African Discourse on Independent Television. Good to know that you are there. And of course, I'm sure you watched this same program last week, Monday, at about this time, when we talked about, coup. It was Guinea-Bissau, the coup that was attempted, the last coup in Guinea-Bissau that was, said to have taken place, and how the president Mbalo had to leave for Senegal. And of course, lastly, we were told that he was in Congo-Brazzaville. So just about some few days ago, we heard of another attempted coup. This time around, a very close neighbor to Nigeria, talking about Benin Republic. And of course, it's still, being discussed that the coup was only attempted and it was foiled. So what we're going to be talking today on the program, what we're going to be discussing, is going to be looking at the implications of attempted coup in Africa. What does it say about our politics in the continent? And of course, to look at all this this afternoon, we're so privileged to have a professor of vocational and technical education, Professor Victor Igbenidion, is our guest this afternoon. Sir, you're welcome to the program African Discourse.
Thank you very much.
And let me say compliments of the season to you. The Benin will say, Selugbe. All right, sir. Just like what I said a while ago, because it's almost one story, but too many. I mean, talking about a series of coup, that has happened in Africa for the past, say, 2 years now. I think the only successful one that people praise is the case of Burkina Faso. We've seen all that coup, but the one of Burkina Faso seems to have taken ground there. But let us quickly look at what seems to be making rounds now. I mean, we also saw a fair share of the alleged coup in Nigeria some 1 or 2 months ago. Now, what do you think is creeping into our political space in the continent, in Africa? Let's start from there.
Well, coup is, as they say, it's an aberration. Everybody is aiming at a democratic dispensation in all the countries. Okay. So it's very disturbing that we have a trend of coup or coup attempts. But the antidote to coup is good governance. You see that most of these sub-Saharan Africans, we are living below the poverty level, most of the citizens there. So the tendency is that the military will want to attempt coup. And as you said earlier, there is no harm in attempting, but we have seen the trend of coup, that when they give that they are going to repair everything, the military, a short distance along the line, they are in the same mood with the people that they have overthrown, the civilian government they have overthrown. And most of the time, there is no stability before another group will take over. And this, some of these democracy who are perpetuating themselves in office as a democracy, these are the things that lead to frustration, and these military adventurers, they want to try and take over. That is my take on it for now.
Okay. All right. Now, the difference between the one that happened in Guinea-Bissau about last week and the one that happened a few days ago in Benin Republic is the fact that this one was foiled. As a matter of fact, we understand that the Nigerian authority, is being praised, so that it was part of, what made the coup not to have taken place. Anyway, we're going to come to that, as the discussion goes on. But, Prof, let us look at it one more time, because just like what you said, that coup may be as a result of a failed government, and, military, they come in when the government is not living up to expectation and all that. But it's very, very worrisome that they come in now, and it appears that people accept them. I mean, like the case of Burkina Faso, that people accept them and all that. So what does that tell us again, in African politics? What does it show? What does it tell?
It shows that governance is not properly done. By the time a coup occurs, and people are jubilating, it shows that that government has failed in a way. Because, as we know, government, or civilian government, most of them, they are not after the welfare of their citizens. They want to just take power for its sake. And that's what leads to what I said, perpetuation. Like if you see in Cameroon, the man has been there for so long, it took a long time before the Zimbabwe man died away. So there's this power grabbing, and they believe that if they are not there, the country cannot survive, which is not true at all. It's like we now, we say, oh, because we are old now, we have all the wisdom in the world. Whereas there are technological advancement that we cannot even cope with. That if a younger generation, they are brought in, they might use technology to change everything. Even though they themselves, they have their own issues with regards to this primitive acquisition of wealth, so to speak. So the trend is something that must be tamed with good governance. That is what I would say. Not that, because like Nigeria now, it has gone there with their efforts to help to quell the coup, so to speak, give their army a backup. And we're also told that the coup was just limited to a television station, which is it's very suicidal for them. As they were running away now, the Nigerian Air Force was tracing them and bombing them, bombing them, so to speak. So we need good governance. You see, when the government is good, the average citizen doesn't care about what is going on. He has good roads, his income is okay, he has good purchasing power, he has electricity, he has water, he earns as and when due. He doesn't bother. But when he has to do all these things by himself, he has to dig a borehole for himself, he has to provide electricity for himself, then what is the government now doing? How do we feel the impact of the government in our lives? This is what prompts them. As soon as the government is kicked out by the military, people go to the street to jubilate. Say, after all, we are not benefiting anything. School fees are, children's school fees are skyrocketing. Cost of living it has runaway inflation and a lot of other things going on. So we cannot say that we have the benefit of good governance. See, for instance, the university lecturers, they have been negotiating with government since 2009 up to now. It was recently, about a few days ago, I was hearing that, they have accepted 40% increase.
Anyway, that's still subject to a realization.
Exactly. I said, what happens to people who have now retired in abject poverty? Are they going to have a retroactive effect? And say, okay, you people were in service during the period this thing was negotiated for over the years. So it's part of bad governance. People should tidy up. When they attempted to go, sorry, I'm diverting a little. I'm just trying to buttress what good governance is all about. When people are reacting, you know that something is wrong. Tackle it and go to the root, and people will be happy. That is the essence of governance.
Okay. All right, viewers out there, in case you've just joined us, the program is African Discourse on Independent Television, and our focus this afternoon is to look at the very recent coups, you may want to say now, in Africa. We saw that, playing out again a few days ago in Benin Republic, very close to Nigeria here. And our guest this afternoon is Professor Victor Igbenedion. Now, Prof, let's look at it one more time, because, like you were trying to explain, the coup, I remember in the mid-80s when former head of state Babangida came in through coup, Abacha also came in and all that. Now, when you mention coup, hearing of it alone, you shiver. Yes. But unlike the recent ones that we are seeing now, the coup just on the screen of the televisions, you hear the military junta announcing that they have, taken over and all that. Like the one that happened in Guinea-Bissau. I mean, the supposedly ousted president was the one that made the broadcast. Then the question was that if really there was a coup, you cannot be making a broadcast. No. You will be under house arrest.
Exactly.
Now, some analysts are of the opinion that perhaps African leaders now that are not doing well are finding a leeway out because of their bad governance and all that. Yes. Remember the case of Guinea-Bissau, though it is still under investigation as we speak now, because our own former president was there, former President Goodluck Jonathan, and he was in the strength of the African Union Forum leadership and all that. So he has requested a full-scale investigation into what actually happened in Guinea-Bissau. Now, what analysts are saying is that this kind of coup that we seem to be having now, it looks as if bad leaders in African politics staged the coup. What's your take on that?
I cannot contend it with you, that opinion. It's possible. As you said, they want to have a leeway. Sponsor coup, and come back to assume leadership after a supposedly quelled coup. For example, the Guinea-Bissau example you gave.
Yeah.
How can they say there's a coup?
and he escaped. And he was in Senegal.
Yes.
Then from there he went to Congo Brazzaville.
Yes. Nothing has happened. Jonathan was even reporting that a junior officer slapped a very serious, gave a senior official, almost like vice president, a big slap, and nothing was happening. You see from that analysis that the government was deteriorating. The situation was deteriorating. He had no grip of power.
In Guinea-Bissau?
Yes, he had no grip of power. So he had to look for a way to escape. And as you said, Jonathan, being the kind of person that he is, he was in the election monitoring team also that took place in Guinea-Bissau. So he said, let them go and declare the election, the winner of the election. Obviously, the president didn't win. and he didn't want them to.
It was obvious that he was going to lose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he had to do something about it, which is very, very bad, very, very bad. Governments or leaders must be held accountable for what goes on in their country. They can't do things arbitrarily and get away with it. There's question. You have to question. You can't do that in Britain, for example. They do less things and it counts against them for the rest part of their lives. So, but here, it's like they can do anything and get away with it. So it's important that we become more sensitive. Africa must be more sensitive to the people that rule them, so that we will not be moving in circles like that. This one will come today, this one will come tomorrow, and next time, you can see in Nigeria, for example, what they call recycling of people. When you start continue to recycle people in a country of about 230-something million, then something is wrong. There are people out there. It's like our football team also. If you hunt, you will get the best out of it. Where smaller countries can get the best and win. So recycling, it doesn't help us so much. Yeah, there are people that are really very good. You can see their ambassadorial list. Yeah. They're bringing people back, as if there are no person. No, there will be a time they will get exhausted of their ideas of governance. They can't do much again.
Okay. All right, so we take another break now. Don't forget the program is still African Discourse on Independent Television, and implications of attempted coups in Africa is what we are talking about today. And our special focus today is the recent one in the Benin Republic. Now, Prof, let us look at what seems to have attracted a lot of persons, when the Benin Republic coup happened. I mean, a lot of Nigerians were really not interested in the coup. I mean, for most people, they would prefer a better government. It is not as if it is. I don't want to say it's not as if the military can give you a better government, but some persons will prefer a better government. As it goes on. Now, as the Benin Republic happened, the coup happened. How the Nigerian authority had to ask the troops to go there to survey the situation, and a quick response, became a talking point. I mean, looking at a nation, Nigeria, that is grappling with Boko Haram insurgency, terrorism almost at its highest peak and all that. And it is not a bad one. I mean, after all, a big brother nation that Nigeria is to West African countries and all that, to respond to a country in need is not bad after all. But what does it tell us? I mean, the quickness at which the Nigerian authority responded to that coup. I mean, it is on the paper this morning, whereby the president, is hailing the military troop for responding quickly and all that. So the question that we ask is, how come this same might is not used to respond to our own security issues in the country?
I will take you to a trending news that the Yorubas in the diaspora, they were warning our president, Bola Tinubu, that they should see the trend around this, what we are discussing now, and that he should go back and start to examine his government so that he will not fall short and attract coup. That's the Yorubas in diaspora. It's in the news. They were talking to him. You are going to quench other people's coup in their place. You look inward. You have to be introspective. Look inward. What is wrong? What is wrong with these countries? Are they different from what you are doing? So, but to me, it's part of how to secure himself. It's diversionary. Sometimes they call us toothless bulldog. How does he show that? He must show his fangs somewhere. So, as you said, he's a big brother in Africa, and this small country, Republic of Benin, it can easily help out. Of course, our troops, their morale is very high as at now. Now that they have a new Minister of Defense and all that one. You also recall that they said most of the ministers of defense that we have had, they didn't even have military background at all. So how can they operate with the military itself? One was even touted as not even having school set, but he was a minister because he's from the north. So, he gave a marching order recently that the military must fight very boldly. And they seem to be getting interim results. I won't call it Pyrrhic victory, but they are getting results with General Musa in the saddle for now.
So you mean the military is getting results now?
Yes.
I mean, it's just only a week. General Musa is just only days old.
But since he gave them a mandate, and that they should fight to finish.
Or maybe this response to Benin Republic was the first elite test that they had to have.
No, after he gave the order that they should fight to finish, they got some victories locally. But as I'm telling you, this one is to emphasize that the Nigerian military still have the bite. So with this excursion to Benin Republic, it will also send some signals to the local scenario for banditry, for all of that. One day we were discussing it, and I said there's sabotage within the military in this fight against Boko Haram, ISWAP, and insurgency.
In Nigeria?
Yeah, in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. Because look, our troops that have been touted as very good internationally, they can't even push anything within the country.
Now, Prof, I also wanted to speak to this now. Even as we try to ask the question, how come the Nigerian troop can respond to issues outside the country but not being able to respond to things at home? Now, hear this. The ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, on Sunday ordered the deployment of elements of its standby force to the Republic of Benin hours after condemning what it described as the attempted military takeover in the country. The ECOWAS Commission disclosed the decision in a statement issued just after consultations with members of the Mediation and Security Council at the level of heads of states and government. It said, further to its earlier statement on the Republic of Benin, the ECOWAS Commission hereby informed the general public that pursuant to provisions of relevant ECOWAS instruments, in particular Article 25 of the 1999 Protocol relating to mechanism of conflict provision. Now, what this all says is that the ECOWAS also had to back up as a response to what happened in Benin Republic. Yes. I mean, Nigeria is not just Nigeria is a big nation as far as ECOWAS is concerned. Is it that ECOWAS is not aware of what is going on in Nigeria, or Nigeria is not accepting ECOWAS help in this fight against insecurity in the country, Prof?
It's interesting. ECOWAS is aware. When did our president leave the chairmanship of the ECOWAS?
Yes.
I think it's less than a year or so.
So how come all this constitution, this protocol laws, Article 25 of the 1999 Constitution, how come they are not relating it to, as it relates to, because Nigeria is a member state of the ECOWAS?
Yes, and a very strong member at that. He deploys his resources to help the ECOWAS joint military force. But the contradictory part of it now is that Nigeria is being ravaged by
insurgency.
Yes. And they don't seem to be coming to help. No, they are just there like a lame duck, and they are not doing anything. So it's very disheartening. But if they come together, and the region is very close to some of them, the Lake Chad basin, and all that one. So it's very close to Nigeria and very close to some of these countries. That if they really have their standby joint force, they can do wonders. Because the Sambisa forest is also close to that area, where these insurgents and all that are operating from. One of the greatest mystery about this fight that is not ending is the resources that these foreigners are exploiting in that forest. You see, they will come, the Northerners will say, we should settle the the people, the insurgents and all that one. That when the military, the militants in southwest Nigeria, South Nigeria, Akwa Ibom, Delta and all that were doing their own, Yar'Adua called them and settled them and everything. He said we should do the same to the northern insurgents, which is quite different.
Now, if the exploitation or the exploration of the resources in the north is the one that is responsible for the insurgency. Now, last week we saw a directive from the Northern States Governors Forum to put a halt to mineral
exploitation,
exploitation or exploration, if you like. Now,
it's exploitation.
Okay. Now, without put a stop to the insurgency, the fight against the insurgency.
In a way, that is where they get their funding from, apart from kidnapping. They have mass resources from illegal exploitation of our resources in the north, and these are underdeclared, unlike the Niger Delta, the petroleum, which are, even though we say there's bunkering and all that one, to a very large extent, we know how much we are selling. We know how much we are receiving. But today, we don't know how much of uranium is being exploited from the Sambisa forest.
Yeah.
We don't know how much of lithium and so other rare minerals are being exploited from that region without anybody knowing. So you have individuals who mine these minerals and use them at a personal level, supported by these other foreigners who we say they are our friends and all that one. They are behind everything. So that's why it becomes very intractable. We don't have the technology to be able to do it. They supply the technology. They supply the arms, illegal arms, that they use to fight the regular troops. You can see that they are arresting some regular troops, that they are supporting the bandits and the Boko Haram insurgents. Why? Because of what they get from it. I was seeing one, whether it was a major or somebody. It's in the force, but it's supplying arms to the insurgents. They just caught him recently. So how can the war end like that? It becomes very difficult.
All right, we'll take another pause again on the program still, African Discourse on Independent Television. And when we return on the other side of time, we're going to be looking at more issues as we look at the implications of coup in Africa. And most especially this recent one that just happened in Benin Republic, very close to Nigeria. We'll be right back. All right, thank you one more time. Still the program on your television, African Discourse on ITV. Now, some of the facts are five that we're still following now is that on the 7th of December 2025, the several soldiers of the Benin Armed Forces led by Lieutenant Colonel Pascal Ategri announced the overthrow of Beninese President Patrice Talon on national television. And following an attack on Talon's residence in Cotonou hours later, Beninese Interior Minister Alassane Seido claimed that the coup attempt has been thwarted. Now, if you go through all this, you will see that the Republic of Benin is supposed to be having their presidential election sometime in 2026. That's next year. Now, if you try to deep further, there are indications suggesting that we hinted on that a while ago that this coup. Thwarted coup in Benin Republic seems to have been state managed, just as the one that happened in Guinea-Bissau. Now, Prof, the question I will begin to ask now is that what are the implications of staging coup at the expense of good governance in the continent? Because that seems to be, we started from that talking point. Yes. That seems to be what is going on now. A government that is not doing well may want to make an attempt to stage a coup. So what is the implication of it at the expense of good governance to the people in Africa?
I'm happy that you brought in that one. It's a very smart move. Because they may not see it like that. People may not see it ordinarily. But if you have an insight, you will realize that this coup are sponsored, from within. when I mean within, from the political actors in the country, for example, the president, when they see the fact that they may not succeed in winning the election or changing the constitution to give them an elongation of their tenure, they want to sponsor coup that will temporarily bring them out of the government, and because we are talking about democracy, they say they should be reinstated because they have truncated the democratic process of changing governance. So they want to come back through the back door and finish. And the implication is terrible. It's not something to imagine at all, because it keeps people in perpetual poverty. If they are ruling well, if they are doing well, people will want them. People will want them ordinarily, but they are not doing well. So they want to come back through the back door by sponsoring coup against themselves. The whole scenario is very laughable. Election is going on. You sponsor a coup, then you move from one country to the other. Election results are not declared or whatever it is. It's a funny thing. We shouldn't allow that thing to come to be established. Otherwise, other supposedly democracy, that will be their what they will be doing for now. When they see the telltale, that they are not going to win the election, they will sponsor a coup to truncate the electoral process.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Now let's shift away from that. Briefly now. Burkina Faso is. The Burkina Faso now. It's a country that is very close to Benin.
Yes.
And even as we praise the military junta in Burkina Faso. Now, when Ibrahim Traoré came on board months ago, he told a lot of, analysts that he's not going to be staying more than 3 months. And we've seen more than 8 months now.
Yes.
Now, I don't know, because the military coming into power in Africa, it's somehow. Now, what does that tell us about while other nations of the world, in other continents, the fashionable democratic system of government, Africa seems to be tilting towards a military takeover and all that. What does that tell?
It simply tells that we are not mature democratically yet. The much touted democracy that we say we are running in Africa, we are not doing it well at all. We need to go back. Otherwise, the threat of the military coup will be there all the time because of bad governance. Whereas other countries, it is very difficult for the military to intervene. But rather than the military, it's the people. What is that country again? Is it Venezuela? There was no outright military intervention. It was the people, the pressure of the people, that drove the government.
That's Maduro now?
Yes, Maduro, yes. And he has not been completely removed, though. They are still talking about it entire. But it's the people. That shows the power of the people. In Africa, the government is in a few hands, either in the military or the civilians. And they seem not to be accountable to any person at all, except the citizens, or what they call them. They are properly enlightened, and they will now begin to ask for their rights. Once they begin to ask for their rights, the equation will change, because they know that they can easily be brought down when the people come out and say, no, we don't want you anymore. They may kill some people, but they will go ahead. And in no time, the message begins to sink that the power belongs to the people. We have to reach that level, not leaving everything. So we look at, you see, people benefit from either a military coup or civilian government. So once my person is in government now, I begin to say, well, he's doing well because of what I will get from it. We will not be looking at the overall. You see the Northerners now, they are critical about the government of the Southerner. Whereas they enjoyed themselves while they were there, without any encumbrances at all. They were just enjoying. Buhari was doing what he has to do and bringing everybody on board. But they are doing their analysis now. It's even painful to them that can we stay under this government for the next 4 years or another 8 years like their brother did. Whether their brother was doing well or not, it didn't mean anything. They were all perfecting, they were enjoying themselves. So we need a lot of enlightenment in this country to know that government is not about a particular ethnic group. Government is for the people. And once, as I said earlier, once we are getting the dividends of democracy in governance, we care less. You have, see, the other day you were telling me how you were sweating and you want to pay for your children who got admission.
Well, that's off.
Yes. What you can do, not only you, a lot of people are complaining, what you can do seamlessly. But everything, you are in a trouble for it in this country. So when there is a little change or there's going to be change, you see people supporting the change because there is no aspect of governance that we are enjoying, so to speak. They will come, tighten your belt. And in another this year, you will be enjoying. In another few, it's like that. It doesn't seem to end. So, but it needs more participatory democracy. We need to be involved. The civil society and all of us, we must be involved. Whether we are poor or not, let's learn our voice to say, this thing is not good. And it will stand. That is the way to go.
Now, when you say participatory democracy, are we saying that the kind of democracy we have in Africa is not participatory enough? I mean, every 4 years in most countries of the continent, elections, presidential elections are carried out. So how exactly do we mean when we say probably the democracy is not participatory enough? How exactly do we mean?
Don't you hear all the time that the electoral process, the electoral process. We keep adjusting it and adjusting it.
They keep amending it, the electoral process.
Yes, because it's not giving us the best at all. So people are not benefiting from governance. And we say, okay, people can use money to buy votes. It's an aberration. It's not right. And so a candidate that cannot buy votes will not be able to win. He may be the best candidate. He may not be able to win because, and we have to be weaned off this money, the electorate. You know, we have to be well educated to know that we are just eating our future by collecting the money. We must see, everybody must be exposed to see that, look, we look beyond the immediate. Is this man going to favor this country on the long run? Not necessarily because he's a Benin man or Ishan man or whatever it is. No. So that is the way we should look at it.
Okay. All right. So as we comment our dissent on this talk show this afternoon, let's look at what are the cardinals. What I mean by the cardinals now is that African leaders, what are those things do you think they need to put in place in governance in Africa so that we don't keep on hearing this attempted coup, foiled coup, fake coup, all that, because most nations of the world, you don't hear of coup. I mean, you may hear of how nations of the world are trying to just oppose themselves in terms of economic advantage to other nations of the neighboring countries and all that. Not cool. So African leaders, what are the cardinals that they need to watch out for? So that issues of coup, because like what I said a while ago, that is one but too much of a story that we hear these days in African politics.
The cardinals,
yeah,
they must put in. First, if I use good governance, I hope it's not a nebulous term, that it doesn't have any specifics. But good governance is the antidote to a coup. And how do we do this? We make sure that the citizens are impacted by the government. The government must impact on the citizens. Like you must have free school, good school to go to, and at subsidized rate or even free at certain levels. Education is very important too. But what we see these days, they say people are educated. They are bagging PhD all over the place like 3 for 1 kobo. You interact with them, you find that majority of them, is a problem. The system is compromised already. So when we begin to tout education, well, let us qualify the education. It must be good quality education for the people, from primary to university level. So that's one of the cardinals. Number 2, we have to train people so that they can engage themselves in self-employment and also work for the system.
Okay.
It's not that if I'm not employed when I graduate, I can just stay. I won't be able to do anything for myself. That type of education is wrong. That's why they talk about vocational and technical education.
Yeah, but what about the kind of military that, because somebody has also suggested that African leaders should also try to look at the kind of military that they bring on board, because it's possible that the military may just be interested in governance for personal
yes, aggrandizement
and personal benefit, personal interest.
But how would they be able to know the military they bring on board? You see, the Bible will say the human mind is deceitful and desperately wicked. Who can know it? They may give you all the support and pretend and everything. Just like I'm seeing part of, if they had really succeeded at this, we say there's the coup that they did
in Benin.
They may not bring in those people. They say we want to enjoy ourselves for the time being. It goes on. Like we had in the country, Abiola nominated people into the interim government. But when the Abacha seized power, it spiraled out of his control. He couldn't do anything anymore. So we should be, whereas we should be mindful of the kind of military people we bring. But we must be very circumspect of them too. When Obasanjo came, he retired a large chunk of them to be able to function well.
All right, so let us leave the discussion here today so that we can pick it up from here some of that time. That's next week Monday, and we pray that before then another attempted coup does not happen, so that we won't have to talk about it. Now, what we've been saying here is that whether attempted or re-coup, it undermined true democracy in Africa, in politics in Africa, and that's what we've been saying. So we just hope and pray, like I said, that it doesn't happen in another African nation, any moment again. So that's just it. All right, so we thank God that the one that happened in Benin Republic was, was foiled. So kudos to the Nigerian authority, and also kudos to the ECOWAS troop that also heard the call. And we plead that please, ECOWAS should also hear the call of Nigeria, because Nigeria, as it stands now, is going through a big issue as it relates to security in the country. All right, so until the same time next week, I want to say thank you so much, Prof, for coming on the program today.
Thank you.
All right, so until the same time next week. My name is Evan Sunokuye. Goodbye, and God bless you.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ọba àpapẹ̀.
Senior. Ọba àjọpẹ́. Ó kò wọ́n tuntun lójú bẹ́yọ̀ fẹ́. Ọba àjọpẹ́.
ITV, certainly the best.